Welcome back to another story on Arcane Paradox. This time, we're bringing you, what if Pomfrey's first-year scan found 56 loyalty charms and Gringotts froze Dumbledore's vaults. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, the scan. The letterhead said routine. That was the word Madam Pomfrey used when she'd sent the note around to all 11 first years on their third day at Hogwarts. Routine health examination. Wednesday morning, 7 o'clock, hospital wing. Attendance is not optional. The handwriting was precise and slightly impatient, as though she'd written the same note 100 times and had stopped finding it charming. Harry hadn't thought much of it. After the chaos of the past 3 days, the sorting, the feast, the staircases that moved, Professor Quirrell's turban, and the general overwhelming reality of magic being real and also his entire life, a medical checkup felt almost comfortingly normal. Aunt Petunia used to take Dudley to the doctor every few months. Harry had never been taken. He told himself that was fine. He arrived at 7 on the dot, still pulling his robe straight. Most of his year mates were already there. Hermione Granger stood near the window with her arms crossed and a look that suggested she'd arrived at 6:45 and had already read the pamphlet. Neville Longbottom sat on the edge of a bed nearest the door, like he was positioning himself for a quick exit. The Weasley twins' younger brother Ron was yawning so enormously his jaw cracked, and Dean Thomas was trying to convince Seamus Finnegan that the moving portraits in the corridor outside were actually just very committed actors. "They're not actors," Hermione said, without looking up. "I know they're not actors," Seamus said. "I'm saying what if they were?" Harry found a bed near the middle of the room, sat down, and looked around at the hospital wing properly for the first time. It was long and white and smelled like every school nurse's office he'd ever been dragged past, antiseptic and lavender and something older underneath, something herbal and sharp. The beds were made with military precision. Sunlight came through high windows and lay in neat rectangles on the stone floor. Madam Pomfrey emerged from her office at exactly 7, and the room went quiet without her having to say a word. She was a compact woman with efficient movements and an expression that suggested she had seen every variety of adolescent foolishness and was not impressed by any of it. She carried a clipboard and a long, slender wand made of pale wood, and she moved down the row of students the way a general inspects troops, brisk, thorough, no nonsense. "Standard diagnostic examination," she announced, loud enough to reach the back of the room. "I'll cast a full-spectrum health scan on each of you. It checks for nutritional deficiencies, untreated injuries, latent magical instabilities, and several other baseline indicators. Some of you will have minor things flagged. That's normal. It doesn't mean you're ill. It means you're 11 and you've been feeding yourselves inadequately for years, which I have come to expect." She paused. "Mr. Finnegan, put that down." Seamus, who had picked up a small glass bottle from a nearby tray, put it down. Pomfrey started at the far end with Hannah Abbott. The diagnostic spell was quiet, a soft silver light that moved over each student like a slow wave, and then a series of small, glowing runes appeared above them before fading. Pomfrey would consult them, note something on her clipboard, say a few words to the student in a low voice, and move on. It took about 3 minutes per person. Harry watched her work. He watched the silver light bloom over Neville and linger slightly longer than it had over Hannah or Susan Bones, and he saw Pomfrey's brow furrow for just a moment before she schooled her expression and made a longer note. He watched the light move over Ron and produce a cluster of runes that Pomfrey scanned with practiced efficiency, and over Hermione and produce something that made Pomfrey pause for exactly 2 seconds before continuing. Then she reached Harry. "Mr. Potter." She said it the same way she'd said everyone's name, no fanfare, no reverence, just a functional acknowledgement that he existed and was next. He appreciated that more than he could have articulated. "Morning," he said. She raised her wand and cast the diagnostic spell. The silver light moved over him, and Harry felt nothing, actually. A faint warmth, maybe. Like standing near a radiator. He waited for it to fade the way it had with the others. It didn't fade. The light deepened. It shifted from silver to something more complex. Silver shot through with threads of deep amber, and then the amber began to pulse in a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat, slow and heavy and wrong. The runes that appeared above him didn't appear in a neat cluster and fade. They kept appearing. One after another, stacking, scrolling, spreading outward in a spiral that grew too large for the space above the bed, spilling out sideways in glowing script that Harry couldn't read. The room had gone very quiet. "What's that?" Ron said. "Shoo," Hermione said. Pomfrey's face had gone very still. Not the schooled stillness of a medical professional keeping their expression neutral, the stillness of someone who has just seen something that requires every muscle in their face to be held in place by deliberate effort. Her wand hand didn't waver. Her eyes moved across the runes above Harry's head with a speed and focus that told him she could read every one of them, and that what she was reading was not good. Harry looked up at the runes floating above him. He couldn't understand them, but there were a lot of them. There were very, very many of them. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Don't move," Pomfrey said quietly. It wasn't an answer. She reached into the deep pocket of her robes and withdrew a second instrument, a small, flat disc of polished bronze covered in concentric rings of tiny engravings. She held it up near the runes and it began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, and then it emitted a sound that Harry would later describe as similar to a tuning fork being struck against something that didn't want to be struck. A clear, unhappy tone. 47, Pomfrey murmured to herself. Then, as the disc kept spinning, 51. 53. Her jaw tightened. 56. She lowered the disc. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice was remarkably steady, "I need you to remain calm." "I'm calm," Harry said. He was, actually. Something about the situation had bypassed panic entirely and landed him in a strange, crystalline clarity. He was looking at the runes above his head the way he'd look at a maths problem he didn't have the formula for yet. Something to be solved. "I'm going to need to ask your yearmates to step outside," Pomfrey said, raising her voice slightly. "What's happening?" Hermione asked. "Now, if you please." There was nothing unkind in Pomfrey's voice, but there was absolutely no negotiation in it either. The students filed out, most of them casting glances back at Harry over their shoulders. Ron lingered in the doorway and Harry gave him a small nod that he hoped conveyed "I'll tell you later" because he had no idea what else to convey. The door swung shut. Pomfrey sat down on the edge of the adjacent bed. It was the first time Harry had seen her sit down, and it made his stomach tighten slightly. "Those runes above you," she said. "Can you read them?" "No. They're diagnostic markers. Flags. My scan identifies them when it encounters foreign magical constructs embedded in a person's core." She paused. "Most people have none. Some people have one or two, a family protection charm, perhaps, or a medical ward placed in infancy. It's not uncommon for purebloods to have legacy wards." She looked at him steadily. "You have 56. Harry processed this. "Is 56 a lot?" "In 31 years of practicing medical magic, I have never seen more than 4. She held his gaze. 56 is not a lot, Mr. Potter. 56 is an assault." The word landed in the room and sat there. Harry looked at the runes again. They were still drifting slowly above him, amberlit and patient, like they'd been there so long they'd stopped being in any hurry. He thought about the way he'd always felt around Professor Dumbledore, that warm, certain feeling, like standing in sunlight, like everything was going to be all right because someone very wise was in charge. He thought about how he'd never really questioned being left with the Dursleys. He'd been angry about it sometimes, in a vague, unfocused way, but he'd never really questioned it, never thought to wonder why a famous wizard's child ended up sleeping in a cupboard. He thought about how trusting he felt. How naturally trusting. How he'd climbed onto a broomstick in front of a crowd of strangers 3 days ago and it had felt fine, felt safe, felt like the right thing to do. He thought, is that me? What are they? He asked. The specific ones. Pomfrey glanced at her clipboard. I need to categorize them properly before I can give you specifics. But I can tell you the broad categories. She ticked them off quietly. Emotional suppressants, dampening anger, suspicion, and fear. Memory blurs, not full obliviates, more like, softening. Certain things made harder to think about clearly. Financial authorization locks, those are interesting, I've rarely seen those outside of estate disputes. Loyalty constructs, the largest category by far. And several I'll need a specialist to identify. Loyalty constructs, Harry said. Spells that orient your trust, your affection, your sense of safety, toward specific people or institutions. They make you want to trust. They make distrust feel uncomfortable, feel wrong. She looked at him carefully. You may have noticed that certain people make you feel inexplicably, immediately safe. The warm, certain feeling. Standing in sunlight. Yes, Harry said. That feeling is partially manufactured. The room was very quiet. Harry sat with it. He was aware that this should probably be making him feel more than he was currently feeling, some big, devastating emotion, grief or rage or the particular sick horror of betrayal. Maybe those were coming. Maybe they were on their way. But right now, in this moment, what he felt was something closer to a lock clicking open. Like a door in his chest that he hadn't known was there had just been found, and the key was in his hand, and the question was only whether to turn it. Who put them there? He asked. I don't know, Pomfrey said. Identifying the caster requires a specialist, a cursebreaker, or a specialist in coercive magic. The diagnostic scan can detect and count, it can't attribute. She stood up and moved to her office door. I need to make a flu call. I'm going to contact the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and I'm also going to contact Gringotts, because several of those markers are financial in nature and the goblins have. She stopped. She had opened her office door, and through it, visible on her desk, was the small brass bell dish that she kept connected to the FLU network for urgent communications, the magical equivalent of a pager. It was ringing. It had been ringing for a few seconds already, but the door had been closed and Harry hadn't heard it. Pomfrey stepped into her office. Harry heard her voice, low and clipped, asking something. Then a pause. Then her voice again, higher this time, with an edge to it. She came back out. Her expression was doing something complicated. That, she said, was Gringotts. Harry waited. They've been running their quarterly audit, she said. As of approximately 20 minutes ago, the goblins have frozen 12 vaults pending investigation into unauthorized transactions. She looked at Harry. 4 of them are yours. Something in Harry's chest clicked again, a deeper lock, a heavier door. How much? He asked. I don't have those numbers. You'll need to speak with a Gringotts representative directly. Pomfrey crossed her arms and stood in the middle of the hospital wing with the expression of someone whose professional life had just been turned into something significantly more complicated than she had signed up for. Mr. Potter, I want to be very clear with you about what I'm going to do next. I am your medical provider. Everything I have found this morning is covered under healer-patient confidentiality, and I will not share the specifics without your explicit consent. But I have a legal and ethical obligation to report the existence of coercive magical constructs in a minor to the appropriate authorities. She paused. What I do not have is an obligation to tell Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked at her. He didn't say anything for a moment. You know something, he said. It wasn't an accusation. It wasn't even entirely a question. Pomfrey met his gaze. I have worked in this school for 31 years, she said. I have seen many things. I have reported many things through the appropriate channels. She paused. Not all of them were received with equal urgency. Another pause. I will be contacting Amelia Bones at the DMLE directly. I will not be routing this through the headmaster's office. She said it simply, matter-of-factly, the way she'd said everything else. But underneath it, Harry heard the weight of 31 years and the things that had gone unreceived. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet. This is going to be messy. She picked up her wand and clipboard. The runes will fade in about an hour, that's normal, they're just residual diagnostic energy. You should eat breakfast. I'm going to need you back here at 4 o'clock for a longer examination, the kind that can start mapping individual constructs. She paused in her office doorway. I'm also going to need you to not discuss the details of this with anyone until I've spoken to Madam Bones. Can you do that? Yes, Harry said. He meant it. He was surprised to find he actually meant it. He'd expected some internal pressure to go tell someone, to seek reassurance, to find an adult he trusted and hand the whole thing over to them. But there was no pressure. Just a calm, attentive waiting. Maybe that was the charms, he thought. Maybe his urge to hand things to adults was manufactured too. Or maybe he was just genuinely calm. It was hard, at the moment, to know which of his instincts were his. That thought should have been more distressing than it was. He noted that it wasn't distressing, and noted that the fact that it wasn't distressing might itself be a symptom, and then he decided that spiraling about it in the hospital wing at 7:15 in the morning wasn't going to help anything. He went to breakfast. The great hall was loud in the particular way of a space that was far too large for the amount of noise being generated in it, voices and cutlery and the rustle of the Morning Post bouncing off high stone walls and coming back slightly changed. Harry slid into his seat at the Gryffindor table and reached for toast with an automatic movement he immediately questioned. Did he like toast? He thought he did. He'd had it at the Dursleys. He'd always eaten it quickly before they could take it. Was that preference or conditioning? He decided he was going to have to stop second-guessing everything or he'd end up unable to lift a fork. What happened? Ron said, leaning over immediately. You were in their ages. Is something wrong? You look fine. Are you fine? I'm fine, Harry said. And then, because Pomfrey had said not the details, routine stuff. They just found a few things they needed to check on. Pomfrey found something wrong with Neville too, Ron said, lowering his voice. She came out and asked him to come back at a different time. He looked like he was going to faint. Harry glanced down the table. Neville was at the far end, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate with the focused attention of someone thinking about something else entirely. His face was still and a little pale. Hermione sat down across from Harry with the precise movements of someone who had decided to be very composed about something. She arranged her pumpkin juice and her toast and her copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration with equal deliberateness. Then she looked up at Harry. She flagged me for something as well, Hermione said. Madam Pomfrey. She said it was minor and she'd explain it later. She paused. She said it wasn't a health issue. Did she say what it was? No. Hermione looked at her toast. Whatever it is, it's something that can be not a health issue while still being a problem. Which means it's something in the magical rather than the physical. She looked up at Harry again. Did she flag you for something similar? Harry looked at her. He thought about 56 amber runes drifting above his head like a constellation. Something like that, he said. Hermione held his gaze for a moment, processing, and he could see her assembling the limited data points into a preliminary model. Then she nodded, the single short nod of someone who has decided they don't have enough information yet and is going to wait before drawing conclusions. Harry thought, I like her. And then he thought, is that real? And then he thought, yes, actually, that seems pretty genuinely real. She's clearly very sharp and she doesn't panic. The thought of her having charms, even minor ones, produced something in him that was clean and cold and angry. He held it carefully, like an ember. Across the hall, at the staff table, Albus Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's chair and ate porridge and smiled at something Professor Flitwick said, and his half-moon glasses caught the morning light, and he looked exactly like what he appeared to be, a kindly, brilliant, immensely powerful old man who loved the school and its students and wanted only good things for everyone. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The warm, certain feeling was there, just like always. The sunlight sensation. Everything is in good hands. He recognized it now. He knew what it was made of. It didn't go away, but it lost its power to move him. He looked at Dumbledore the way you look at a stage magician after someone has shown you how the trick is done, still technically impressive, but the awe was gone. He looked away and ate his toast. By noon the castle had noticed something was different, though nobody could have said exactly what. Hogwarts was a school full of people who'd grown up in magical Britain, which meant they had finely tuned antennae for political weather, and the political weather had changed. Owls came and went from the headmaster's tower at an unusual rate. Professor McGonagall walked through the corridors with the particular speed that meant she was trying to get somewhere before she had to answer questions. 2 ministry owls arrived during lunch and headed not for the staff table but, to everyone's confusion, directly to the hospital wing. Quirrell was sweating more than usual, which seemed to be his baseline but was nonetheless notable. Dumbledore was absent from dinner. Harry noticed all of this without seeming to notice any of it. He was good at that, at watching things from corners, at being unobtrusive, at taking in information without telegraphing that he was doing it. He had spent 10 years at the Dursleys, where the trick to survival was understanding the room without appearing to understand anything. He had been, without ever being taught, a good spy in his own life. At 4 o'clock he returned to the hospital wing. Pomfrey had rearranged the room slightly. She'd moved one of the beds to the center of the space, away from the windows, and she had 2 other people with her. One was a woman Harry didn't recognize, perhaps 40, with sharp eyes and close-cropped dark hair and the kind of bearing that suggested she was used to people making way for her. She wore robes of deep burgundy and had a small badge that caught the light, and Harry recognized the gold crest of the ministry even if he couldn't read the department. The other was a goblin. Short, with a leather case on the floor beside him and a clipboard not unlike Pomfrey's, though his was covered in a script that moved and rearranged itself as Harry watched. "Mr. Potter," Pomfrey said. "Please come in and sit down." Harry came in and sat on the central bed. "This is Madam Amelia Bones," Pomfrey said, gesturing to the sharp-eyed woman. "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And this is Sharptooth, a curse-breaker and magical diagnostic specialist from Gringotts." She paused. "They're here because what I found this morning falls within both their jurisdictions." Amelia Bones looked at Harry with an assessment that was thorough and not unkind. "I've read Madam Pomfrey's preliminary report," she said. "I want to be clear that you are not in any trouble, Mr. Potter. You are a victim of a magical crime. My job is to ensure that crime is investigated properly." She paused. "I'm also going to be honest with you, this investigation has political implications that I'm not going to pretend don't exist. What I can promise you is that I am not interested in politics. I'm interested in the law." "All right," Harry said. The goblin, Sharptooth, opened his leather case without preamble. Inside were a series of instruments that Harry didn't recognize, though some of them bore a faint resemblance to the bronze disc Pomfrey had used that morning. He set them on a small table beside the bed and looked at Harry with black eyes that held something Harry hadn't expected from a being he'd barely encountered before. Respect. Cautious, professional, undecided respect. "My director wishes me to convey," Sharptooth said, in a voice like gravel on polished stone, "that the events of this morning are being treated by Gringotts with the highest possible priority." He paused. "The Potter vaults have been central to our audit concerns for some time. The fact that medical examination has revealed concurrent magical manipulation of the vault holder is not, in our assessment, a coincidence." "I didn't think it was," Harry said. Sharptooth looked at him for a moment. "No," he said. "I suspected you might not." He picked up the first instrument. "I'm going to begin the detailed mapping now. It will take longer than this morning's scan, perhaps an hour. You'll feel a more sustained warmth. Tell me if anything becomes uncomfortable. All right, Harry said again. Madam Bones had taken a seat near the window with a small notebook and a quick quotes quill that she was apparently using to take non-sensationalized actual notes, which Harry would later learn was unusual. She didn't interrupt. She watched. The detailed diagnostic began. It was different from the morning scan, more deliberate, more thorough, like the difference between a glance and a stare. The instruments moved around Harry in a slow orbit that Sharptooth guided with careful precision, and the runes that emerged this time were not just quantity but quality, labeled, categorized, color-coded in a spectrum that ranged from dull gray to a deep, burning crimson. The crimson ones were the largest. There were 7 of them. These 7, Sharptooth said, indicating the crimson runes with his wand tip, not touching them, are the foundational constructs. The others are layered on top of, and anchored to, these 7. If you remove the layers without addressing the foundations first, the foundations will regenerate the smaller constructs within approximately 8 weeks. He paused. Whoever placed these knew what they were doing. This is not amateur work. How old are they? Amelia Bones asked from her window seat. The oldest, Sharptooth consulted his moving clipboard, dates to approximately 15 months before Mr. Potter's birth. He paused. It is woven into his core at the foundational level. It predates the others significantly. The room was quiet for a moment. 15 months before his birth, Amelia Bones said carefully. Yes. Which means it was placed while he was in utero, or placed on one or both of his parents and transferred at birth, which is possible with certain genetic anchor charms. Sharptooth looked at Bones. I would note that we have seen similar foundational architecture in the diagnostic results we ran this morning on the vaults. The vaults have magical architecture? Harry asked. All Gringotts vaults are tied to the magical signature of their registered owner, Sharptooth said. When someone accesses a vault with forged authorization, or with authorization granted by a constructed loyalty charm rather than genuine consent, there is a residue. Faint, but detectable. We have been finding this residue in Potter accounts for approximately 9 years. 9 years. Harry had been 2 years old. How much? Harry asked. Sharptooth looked at him. In total, across all Potter accounts, the main vault, the trust vault, the Potter family estate vault, and 3 subsidiary investment vaults, we calculate unauthorized withdrawals of approximately 340,000 galleons. He paused. That is our conservative estimate. The full forensic accounting is ongoing. 340,000 galleons. Harry didn't have a precise sense of galleon values yet, but he knew enough from Hagrid taking him to Gringotts, the pile of gold in his trust vault, the excited gleam in Hagrid's eye, to understand that 340,000 was a devastating number. Who withdrew it? He asked. That, Sharptooth said, is what the investigation will establish formally. I am not at liberty to name parties until the evidence has been formally compiled and submitted to the Wisengamot. He paused, and something moved in his black eyes. However, I can tell you that we know who had access authorization to those vaults. And we know that the residue signatures on the unauthorized withdrawals are consistent with specific wandwork profiles that we have on file. I understand, Harry said. What he understood was that they knew. What he understood was that they had known for long enough to freeze the vaults and call Amelia Bones and send a cursebreaker to the school at 4 o'clock on a Wednesday. What he understood was that the name they weren't saying in front of him was one he already knew. He looked at the crimson runes drifting above him. The oldest one, the foundational one, placed before he was born. He thought about what it meant that someone had started planning before he existed. That the construct was so deep it was woven into his core. That for his entire life, everything he felt, everything he trusted, every instinct he had followed had been navigating around these invisible structures without ever knowing they were there. He thought about how he'd felt when he saw Dumbledore at the sorting. The warmth. The certainty. Safe. Can they be removed? He asked. His voice was steady. Pomfrey and Sharptooth exchanged a look. Yes, Sharptooth said. The removal process must be done carefully and in stages. Removing too many at once risks shock to the magical core. The Crimson foundational constructs in particular need to be addressed by a specialist in ritual magic, and the process will likely take several sessions over several weeks. He paused. The process may also be, he chose the word carefully, disorienting. As the constructs are removed, you will experience your own responses without the modifications. Some things you currently feel as positive may become neutral. Some things you currently feel as neutral may become, another pause, other things. Anger, Harry said. Among other things. Good, Harry said. Amelia Bones had stopped writing. She was looking at him with an expression that was harder to read than Sharptooth's, not professional neutrality, but something more human. Something that might have been, if she'd had a bit more time, the beginning of admiration. Mr. Potter, she said. I need to ask you a difficult question. Ask it. When we conduct the formal investigation and the evidence is presented, the diagnostic results, the financial records, all of it, it is very likely that this will become public. The press will have it. The Wisengamot will have it. People who have very strong feelings about certain individuals will have very strong reactions. She looked at him steadily. You are 11 years old. I want to make sure you understand what you're walking into. Harry thought about this for a moment. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the fact that he'd never questioned sleeping in it. He thought about the way he'd always felt slightly ashamed of needing things, slightly guilty for wanting things, slightly wrong for being angry. He thought about 56 runes and 9 years of stolen gold and an old man's certainty that everything he did was necessary. I understand, he said. I wanted to go forward. Even if, Harry said. All of it. Bones looked at him for another moment. Then she nodded, once, and picked her quill back up. Outside the hospital wing windows, the sun was going down over the lake, turning the water the color of old copper. The castle's torches were beginning to light themselves in the corridors, little flares of orange gold running down the long hallways. Somewhere in the depths of the building, 160-odd students were at dinner, or in their common rooms, or arguing about which moving staircase was the most annoying, living lives that felt enormous and adventurous and completely unaware of the small, central stillness in the hospital wing where an 11-year-old boy sat surrounded by the mapped evidence of everything that had been done to him and felt, for the first time he could remember, something that was entirely and unambiguously his own. The feeling was this, enough. Sharptooth began packing his instruments with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times. The first removal session, he said, can be scheduled as early as Friday, if you wish. I recommend it. The longer the constructs remain active, the more difficult they become to disentangle. Friday, Harry said. Yes. I'll be present, Pomfrey said. As will I, Bones said. One more thing, Sharptooth said. He had closed his leather case but not yet picked it up. He looked at Harry with his black, assessing eyes. My director, Ragnarok, wishes to meet with you. At your earliest convenience. In person, at the bank. The matter of the vault freeze and the financial investigation, he paused, and certain other matters concerning the Potter accounts and their full scope, another pause, a longer one, are things he feels require a direct conversation. Other matters, Harry said. The Potter family holdings are more extensive than what appears in the trust vault, Sharptooth said carefully. You are, in several respects, not yet aware of what you own. He picked up his case. Ragnarok will explain. He said it with the gravity of someone delivering a significant piece of information while maintaining total professional composure, and Harry looked at him and thought, the goblins aren't my enemies. They're angry. They're angry because someone used me to steal from them too, in a way, used my name, my authority, my trust to move money that wasn't theirs to move. We have the same problem, Harry thought. And possibly the same enemy. Tell Director Ragnarok, Harry said, I'll come as soon as I can arrange it. Sharptooth gave what might, on a human face, have been the barest beginning of a smile. On a goblin it was more of a slight repositioning of sharp features. He will be pleased to hear it. After they had gone, Sharptooth through the flu connection Pomfrey kept in her office, Madam Bones with one last direct look at Harry and a, we'll speak again very soon, the hospital wing was quiet. Pomfrey moved about, resetting her instruments, and Harry sat on the edge of the central bed and watched the last of the diagnostic runes fade from the air above him. 56 of them. All mapped now, all catalogued. The crimson foundations, the amber mid-layers, the quieter gray-toned ones that were so subtle even Sharptooth had needed his finest instrument to identify them. The one placed before he was born, woven into his core like a support beam in a building, the one everything else rested on. He thought, someone built a version of me. And made sure that version wouldn't question it. He thought, they built the wrong person. The last rune faded. The air above the bed was clear. Go to dinner, Pomfrey said, from near her office door. Eat something real. Come back Friday. Will you tell me, Harry said, when you know who cast them? Pomfrey looked at him. Yes, she said. I will. He went to dinner. He sat across from Hermione and next to Ron and down the table from Neville, and he ate shepherd's pie and drank pumpkin juice, and the great hall was loud and warm and bright, and at the far end of the staff table, Dumbledore's chair was empty. Ron was telling a story about a chess match he'd had with himself in his dorm room, which made no structural sense as a story but was being told with great energy, and Harry listened to it, and Hermione laughed at the punchline despite herself, and Harry thought, this is real. This, right here, is actually mine. He was angry. Underneath the calm and the clarity and the crystalline quality of a problem being solved, there was a clean, cold anger, not hot, not uncontrolled, but steady and quiet and very certain. Like a river in winter. Still moving. Not going anywhere. He ate his shepherd's pie. He would let the anger be useful. Outside, the night settled over Hogwarts and the owls began their evening routes, carrying letters across the darkening country, and in Gringotts Bank deep beneath London, 14 goblins were working through the night on an audit that was rapidly becoming something much larger than an audit, and in the Ministry of Magic, Amelia Bones was in her office at 8:30 writing a memo that she marked urgent and confidential and addressed to 4 people, none of whom were the Minister of Magic, and in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the many silver instruments on the shelves spun and clicked and whirred, and Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk looking at a piece of parchment with an expression that was equal parts sorrow and calculation. Fawkes, on his perch, looked at his wizard. The phoenix made no sound. The night was very quiet. Something was ending. Something else was beginning. Harry Potter went upstairs to Gryffindor Tower and did his homework and slept without dreaming, and woke up Thursday morning feeling, for the first time in his life, like the day ahead belonged entirely to him. Chapter 2, The Unraveling. Thursday passed the way days pass when something enormous is waiting just beyond the visible horizon. Everything ordinary felt slightly unreal, like a film set rather than an actual place. Harry went to Transfiguration and watched Professor McGonagall turn a desk into a pig and back again with the casual authority of someone who had done it so many times the pig had stopped surprising her. He went to Charms and learned the wand movement for Wingardium Leviosa and made his feather rise on the second attempt, which earned him a look from Flitwick that suggested the Charms professor was recalibrating something. He went to History of Magic and watched Binns drift through the blackboard mid-sentence without apparently noticing, and spent the hour thinking about vault residues and foundational constructs and the architecture of manufactured loyalty. Ron fell asleep in History of Magic. Hermione took notes with the focused intensity of someone expecting an exam the following morning. Neville stared at his parchment and wrote nothing. Harry watched Neville. Something had shifted in him since Wednesday morning, not dramatically, not in any way that most people would notice, but Harry was good at noticing the things that weren't dramatic. Neville sat differently. He held his quill differently. There was something careful and contained about him, like a door that had been opened a crack and then deliberately pulled almost shut. After dinner, Harry found him in the common room, in the chair nearest the fire, not reading the book open in his lap. "She told you something Wednesday morning," Harry said, sitting in the adjacent chair. "Not a question." Neville looked up. His round face was doing something complicated. "She said she found something," he said carefully. "She said it wasn't a health thing. She said she'd explain on Friday." He paused. "She said the same to you, didn't she?" "Yes." Neville was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Someone on the far side of the room was having an argument about exploding snap. "She told me it was minor," Neville said. "Whatever mine is." He paused again. "She said that in a way that sounded like she was trying to be reassuring." "Right. The way people are reassuring when the thing is actually quite bad but they don't want you to panic before they've got all the information." "Also right," Harry said. Neville looked at the fire. "My gran is going to be furious," he said. "Why?" "Because something happened to me that shouldn't have happened, and she wasn't there to stop it." He said it simply, with the tone of someone who knew their grandmother very well. "She'll be furious at whoever did it, and she'll be furious at herself, and she'll direct most of it outward." He paused. "She's like that." "Sounds like someone who loves you a lot," Harry said. Neville looked at him, slightly surprised, as if that framing hadn't quite occurred to him. "I suppose so," he said. "Then, your family, I don't have one," Harry said. "Not bitterly, just factually. Not a real one. The people I live with are," he considered, "a separate situation." Neville nodded. He didn't push, and Harry appreciated that. They sat by the fire for a while, not talking, which was its own kind of conversation. Hermione found them there at 8:30. She sat on the hearthrug with her knees drawn up and her copy of Hogwarts, a history open but not being read. She read the same page 3 times, which Harry noticed, and then closed the book with a decisive snap. "I looked up diagnostic spells," she said. Neither Harry nor Neville responded immediately. "In the library. This afternoon. I looked up the kind Madam Pomfrey was using." She looked at the fire. "There's a category called coercive magical constructs. The diagnostic category. It covers loyalty charms, emotional suppressants, memory modifications, compulsion weaves." She paused. "The literature describes them as," she was choosing her words carefully, "deeply unethical. The Wiesengemot criminalized most of them in 1952. Placing them on a minor is classified as a class A magical offense, same category as using an unforgivable." The common room noise went on around them, people laughing, arguing, shuffling cards, completely ordinary. "She flagged something in you too," Harry said. Hermione looked at him. "She told you that?" "She said she found something. Not the details." Hermione was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was steady but had the particular quality of steadiness that requires active maintenance. "I noticed something when I was looking it up. In the literature." She paused. "Minor constructs, the kind placed on people who are adjacent to a primary target, they're designed to keep the auxiliary people useful. Compliant. Inclined to trust the same sources the primary target trusts. Disinclined to notice anomalies." Harry let that sit. "I am," Hermione said, "extremely inclined to notice anomalies." "Yes. Which means something was working against that inclination, and I was noticing them anyway," and, she stopped herself. Took a breath. "It means some of my conclusions may have been quietly guided. And I don't know which ones." "You'll find out Friday," Harry said. "That's not particularly reassuring." "No," Harry agreed. "But it's true." Hermione looked at him for a long moment, and he could see her deciding, not whether to trust him, exactly, but whether to allow herself to be uncertain in front of someone else, which was a different and harder thing. He waited. He didn't fill the silence. Right, she said finally. Friday. She opened her book again. I'm still going to revise. I know, Harry said. She almost smiled. Friday arrived with a cold front that swept down from the mountains overnight and turned the lake to grey silk. Harry was up before his dormitory mates and spent an hour on the window seat watching the sky lighten while his thoughts moved with the slow, deliberate quality of objects being sorted. He wasn't nervous about the removal session, exactly. He was something more like braced, the feeling before a cold plunge, when your body knows what's coming and is deciding how to meet it. At 8 o'clock he went to the hospital wing. Madame Bones was already there. She stood near the window in her deep burgundy robes, and she looked like she'd been awake for a while. There were two men with her that Harry hadn't seen before, both wearing Gringotts uniforms, the stiff dark jackets with the double G insignia, and one of them was taller than any goblin Harry had seen, with clever hands and a silver instrument case that he handled with the care of someone transporting something fragile and expensive. Sharptooth was already setting up. "Good morning," Harry said. "Mr. Potter," Bones said. "How are you feeling?" "Ready," he said. She nodded like that was the correct answer. Pomfrey guided him to the central bed, the same arrangement as Wednesday, moved away from the windows. Sharptooth conducted a brief rescan to confirm the mapping from 2 days ago hadn't shifted, and then looked at Harry with his level black eyes. "We begin with the outer layers," Sharptooth said. "The grey-toned constructs first, the subtlest ones. You will likely feel very little during their removal. As we work inward toward the amber layer, you may feel," he paused, selecting the word, pressure. "An emotional pressure. This is normal. It means the removal is working." He picked up his instrument. "If at any point you need to stop, say so." "I won't need to stop," Harry said. Sharptooth looked at him. "Say so anyway," he said. "As a formality." "Fine." The first removal was barely perceptible. Sharptooth worked with the instrument and his wand in concert, a precise, controlled movement that Harry could feel only as a faint vibration, like a string plucked somewhere deep in his chest. Then a small, quiet pop, not audible, entirely felt, and something he couldn't name was gone. He thought, what was that one? Sharptooth consulted his clipboard. "Financial deference," he said, apparently willing to narrate the process. "A construct that generated a general reluctance to inquire about your own finances. Made you feel that it was rude or unnecessary to ask about money." He moved to the next one. Harry thought about every time he'd almost asked Hagrid about the contents of Vault 713 on that first visit to Gringotts, and hadn't understood why he'd stopped himself. Pop. Another gone. "This one diminished your memory of specific dates and conversations in your first 4 years, Sharptooth said. Some memories may begin to return over the next several days. Do not be alarmed if you remember things you had forgotten." They kept working. The grey ones came away relatively quickly, a dozen of them in the first 30 minutes, each one a small, quiet removal that felt like nothing much and then left a small, clean space where something obscure and constrictive had been. Harry sat through it with his hands on his knees and paid attention to the spaces being left behind, the way you pay attention to the shape of a room by tracing its walls. Then they reached the amber layer. Sharptooth paused and looked at him. "These will be more significant," he said. "The amber constructs are mid-tier loyalty anchors. They generate strong positive emotional responses associated with specific people, institutions, and concepts. Their removal will not eliminate those feelings if the feelings have genuine organic root, but it will," he searched for the word, "clarify them. You will be able to tell the difference between what is yours and what was placed." "Do it," Harry said. The first amber removal was like nothing he'd experienced. The vibration was deeper, a low resonant pull that started somewhere in his sternum and moved outward, and then the emotional pressure Sharptooth had warned him about arrived all at once, not grief, not pain, but something like the sensation of a very tight band around your chest suddenly releasing. Like breathing for the first time after being held too long underwater. He breathed. "Easy," Pomfrey said quietly, from nearby. "I'm fine," Harry said. And then he sat with the space left behind by the first amber construct, and he felt the absence of something he'd thought was affection for Dumbledore. Not all of it. Not the part that was genuine acknowledgement of a powerful and impressive person. But a layer of it, a warmth that had been placed, that had made him feel, irrationally and without foundation, as though Dumbledore was family. As though Dumbledore's choices for him were the choices of someone who loved him. That warmth was gone. In its place was not coldness. Just accuracy. He looked at his own feelings for the headmaster with the cleared vision of someone who'd wiped fog off a window, and what he saw was, a man I've met twice. A very powerful man. A man who has done things to me that require explanation. The next one, Harry said. They moved through the amber layer over the course of an hour, and the things Harry lost were a series of small, manufactured certainties, that adults knew best, that the ministry could be trusted, that Hogwarts was unconditionally safe, that wanting things for himself was selfish, that his own instincts were childish and should be set aside in favor of guidance from those more experienced. Each removal was its own small clarification. By the end he was breathing deliberately, not because he was in distress, but because the cumulative effect of all that clarification was a kind of dizzying space, too much room, suddenly, in his own head. Sharptooth set down his instruments. "We stop here for today," he said. "The foundational crimson constructs require a separate session and a different process. This is sufficient for now." "How do I feel?" Harry asked. Sharptooth raised an eyebrow. "That is somewhat unusual information to request from your diagnostician rather than determining yourself." "I'm checking my perception against yours," Harry said. "To see if I'm reading myself correctly." Sharptooth considered this. "Intelligently reasoned," he said. "You feel, on the diagnostic, like a room that has been substantially emptied of furniture. There is more space. The constructs that remain are the deepest, oldest ones. They will come out in the next session, and the session after that. But the scaffolding around them is gone. You are," he paused, "more yourself than you were this morning." "Good," Harry said. He meant it in a way that resonated from the middle of him outward, clean and certain, and he felt it ring true. "Bones," from her chair by the window, "I have something to tell you." Harry turned to look at her. "Last night," she said, "I presented the preliminary findings, both Madam Pomfrey's diagnostic report and Gringotts' forensic summary, to a sealed session of the Wisingamot Investigative Committee." She paused. "This morning at 7, we issued a formal summons." "To whom?" Harry said, though he knew. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," Bones said, reading from a small card as though she needed the formality of the full name to contain what she was doing. "He has been summoned to appear before the committee on Monday morning to answer questions regarding the placement of coercive magical constructs on a minor and the unauthorized appropriation of funds from the Potter, Black, Peverell, and Gryffindor trust vaults." She looked up from the card. "He has also been placed on administrative suspension from his position on the Wisingamot pending the outcome of the investigation." The room was quiet. "You said the Peverell vault," Harry said. "And the Gryffindor trust vault." Bones looked at him steadily. "There are several accounts connected to the Potter lineage that go beyond the standard family vault," she said. "Sharptooth can give you the full scope when you meet with Director Ragnarok." She paused. "You own considerably more than you know, Mr. Potter." Harry thought about Sharptooth saying exactly this 2 days ago and felt a cold, clear anger at the amount that had been taken, had been used, while he slept in a cupboard and wore Dudley's cast-off clothes and told himself he didn't need much. "What happens when he gets the summons?" Harry asked. "He already has it," Bones said. "Delivered by ministry courier at 7:45 this morning." "And?" He acknowledged receipt. She folded the small card precisely. He did not say anything. At 10 o'clock, Hermione Granger sat on the central bed in the hospital wing with her arms crossed and her chin level and her expression doing the specific thing it did when she was frightened and had decided that composure was the appropriate response to fear. Sharptooth ran the diagnostic. The runes appeared above her in a much smaller cluster than Harry's, a handful of greys, 3 ambers. Sharptooth examined them in silence for a moment. 3 loyalty constructs, he said. All amber tier. 1 targeting institutional trust, 1 targeting deference to stated authority figures in an academic context, 1, a slight pause, 1 designed to diminish the credibility you assign to your own independent conclusions when they contradict the conclusions of a trusted adult. Hermione's jaw tightened. It was the only movement she made. The last one, she said carefully. How long has it been there? The anchor signature suggests placement in early childhood, Sharptooth said. You would have been perhaps 3 or 4 years old. I have been, Hermione said, in a voice that was very controlled and very dangerous, second-guessing myself for years. Nobody said anything. Every time I reached a conclusion that contradicted what a teacher said, or what a book said, or what an adult said, she stopped. I thought it was imposter syndrome. I thought it was a failure of confidence. She looked at the amber runes above her head with an expression that Harry recognized, the same clarifying anger he'd felt in himself, but sharper, because hers was aimed at something that had been robbing her of exactly the thing she valued most. I would like them removed, she said. Now, please. Sharptooth removed them. Hermione sat through it with the stillness of someone taking controlled, deliberate breaths, and when the last one was gone she sat in the space it left behind for a long, quiet moment. Hermione, Harry said. I'm fine, she said. I know, he said. She looked at him. Her eyes were very bright, not with tears, exactly, with something fiercer than tears. Did yours feel like that? She asked. Like, everything you thought you knew about your own thinking needs to be re-examined? More or less. Right. She uncrossed her arms and straightened her spine and looked at the now clear air above her head with the decisive expression of someone accepting a new variable into their calculations. Right. Then I'd better get started on that. Pomfrey, from behind her clipboard, breakfast first. I've had breakfast. A real breakfast. I had, Miss Granger. Toast does not constitute a real breakfast. Hermione subsided. Neville's session came at 11, and it was different from both Harry's and Hermione's, different in a way that changed the atmosphere in the room from the moment Sharptooth began the scan and the runes appeared and his expression shifted almost imperceptibly. How many? Harry asked, because he was still there, sitting in the chair by the window while Pomfrey worked. Sharptooth said, 14. Neville's face went very still. 14, Madam Bones said. In a child. Several of these, Sharptooth moved his instrument with deliberate care, are grief-anchored constructs. They are designed to bind and suppress the emotional responses associated with profound loss. They prevent certain kinds of anger and certain kinds of questioning from arising in connection with specific traumatic events. He paused. They are, Mr. Longbottom, I want to prepare you, when these are removed, you will likely feel the emotions they have been suppressing. Directly and immediately. Neville's hands, which had been flat on his knees, curled slowly into fists. My parents, he said. Flat, certain. Not a question. I cannot speak to the specific circumstances, Sharptooth said. But the anchoring events are severe trauma involving close family members, yes. Neville looked at the cluster of runes above his head. He looked at them for a long moment, the way Harry had looked at his own on Wednesday, taking inventory, measuring the scope of the thing. His jaw was set and his eyes were very steady. Do it, he said. The grey removals were quick. The grief-anchored ambers were not. The first one came away and Neville made a sound, a single, short sound, involuntary, like the first sound after a blow to the stomach, and then he was very quiet, and the silence had a different quality to it, dense and charged like air before lightning. By the third one, his hands were shaking. By the fifth, he was crying, not sobbing, not falling apart, just crying in the steady, terrible way of someone who has been not crying for a very long time and has run out of the specific internal resource that held it back. He didn't make much noise. He didn't seem to want to be comforted. He sat through each removal with his fists on his knees and his face wet and his eyes open, and Pomfrey stood nearby with the particular stillness of a healer who knows that what someone is going through is necessary and cannot be hurried or softened. Harry didn't look away. He didn't know if Neville wanted company or wanted to pretend he had privacy, so he stayed and said nothing and just existed in the room with him, which was the thing he knew how to do. When the last one was gone, Neville sat in the silence for nearly 2 minutes. Then he raised one hand and wiped his face with his sleeve. Then he looked at Harry. "I'm angry," Neville said. "Not explaining it. Not apologizing for it. Just stating it, the way you state a fact about weather." "I know," Harry said. "I've never," Neville stopped. "Tried again. I've always just felt sad about my parents. Just sad, just this sort of, flat, gray sad. I never felt," he pressed his lips together, "I never felt angry about it. I didn't think I was allowed to be angry about it. My gran always said," he stopped again. "Someone took that from me. Someone decided I should feel sad and small about it instead of, furious," Harry said. "Yes," Neville said. "And then, quietly, with great precision, who did this to me?" "We're going to find out," Harry said. He said it with the certainty of a fact he already knew the shape of, even without all the details filled in yet. Neville looked at him for a long moment. "Okay," he said. "Not passive, definitive." "Okay. Then that's what we do." The owl arrived at lunch. It came in through the high windows of the great hall with the purposeful speed of a bird that has been promised an owl treat contingent on delivery, and it landed in front of Harry with a letter and a small package and an air of self-satisfaction. The letter had the Gringotts crest on it, the double G seal in gold wax, and it was addressed in a formal copperplate hand to Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Peverell, and Gryffindor. The hall was not particularly quiet, but the owl was large and the letter was conspicuous, and the students nearest Harry turned to look. He was aware of the attention and did not react to it. He broke the seal and read. The letter was from Director Ragnarok. It was formal, as goblin correspondence tended to be, but it conveyed urgency through a kind of aggressive courtesy, every sentence precisely calibrated to be both polite and absolutely clear about the fact that this was important and time-sensitive. Ragnarok wished to schedule a meeting at the earliest opportunity. He noted that the full forensic accounting had now been completed. He noted that the scope of the unauthorized withdrawals was substantially greater than the preliminary figure conveyed by Cursebreaker Sharptooth, and Harry felt his jaw tighten at that, and he noted that there were several ancillary matters of significant legal and financial import that Ragnarok wished to discuss in person. The small package contained a Gringotts air ring, a plain gold band with a device Harry didn't recognize engraved on it. A note in a different hand, smaller and more direct, said, "This establishes your identity and authorization for all Potter-affiliated accounts. Wear it. Sharptooth." Harry put the ring on his right hand. It resized immediately, fitting his finger with a precision that felt like a lock engaging. Down the table, Ron was watching him with wide eyes. Is that a house ring? Those are really rare, those are only for heirs to noble houses, Hermione said, quietly, from across the table. She had apparently already known this. The really old families. She looked at Harry. "Harry." "I know," Harry said. The letter said, "I know. Ancient and noble houses of Gryffindor." "I read it," Harry said, and the clean, cold river of his anger ran a little faster, because Gryffindor was a vault name he'd heard Sharptooth mention in the hospital wing, which meant there was a Gryffindor family vault somewhere in Gringotts from which funds had been unauthorized accessed by someone using Harry's manufactured compliance, and that particular thought produced a rage so bright and clean it was almost clarifying. He was an heir to Godric Gryffindor. Someone had been stealing from that. He folded the letter and put it in his robe pocket and picked up his fork. "I need to go to Diagon Alley," he said. "When?" Ron said. "Soon." He looked at Hermione. "Can you help me figure out how first years leave the school grounds with legal authorization?" Hermione, who had been waiting to be useful since approximately 7 this morning, sat up straight. "I'll look it up after lunch," she said. "I know you will," Harry said. "Thank you." She looked slightly startled by the thanks, as if she'd expected him to take it for granted. Something moved in her expression. "You're welcome," she said, and meant it with new clarity. Across the hall, Malfoy was watching Harry. He'd been watching him on and off since Wednesday, with a calculating expression that was more intelligent than Harry had given him credit for. Malfoy was the kind of person who monitored shifts in power with the automatic attention of someone bred to do it, and something had clearly shifted and he was trying to work out what and which way to position himself relative to it. His expression wasn't hostile, precisely. It was assessing. Harry met his eyes across the hall and held his gaze for exactly long enough to communicate "I've noticed you noticing," and then looked away. Malfoy looked away half a second later, which was the half second that mattered. At the staff table, Dumbledore's chair was occupied. He had returned sometime during the morning, and he sat at the center of the table with his usual amiable serenity, silver-bearded and half-moon-spectacled and luminously benign, eating his lunch and speaking to Professor Sprout about something that made her laugh. He did not look like a man who had received a ministry summons that morning. He looked like a man at complete peace with the afternoon. Harry watched him eat for a moment. He thought about the amber construct, the one that had made Dumbledore feel like family, feel like sunlight. He thought about its absence. He thought about the fact that in its place was simply a very powerful man who had made a series of deliberate choices about Harry's life without Harry's knowledge or consent, and had continued making those choices for 11 years, and believed, probably genuinely believed, that he was doing what was necessary. That was the part Harry found most interesting. Not the malice, there didn't seem to be much malice in it. The certainty. The absolute, serene, unshakable certainty that the end was clear enough to justify every means along the way. He thought, the most dangerous people are always the ones who are sure they're right. After lunch, he found Professor McGonagall in the corridor outside Transfiguration. "Professor," he said. McGonagall turned, and he could see immediately that she was operating under significant internal pressure that she was containing with formidable effort. Her expression was its usual granite precision, but there was something beneath it that suggested a very bad 2 days. "Mr. Potter," she said. "How are you?" "Fine," he said. "I need to arrange a trip to Diagon Alley. Gringotts specifically. It's urgent. There's a legal matter concerning my accounts and Director Ragnarok has requested a personal meeting." He paused. "I'd like to go as soon as possible. Today or tomorrow if it can be arranged." McGonagall looked at him. He could see her deciding things, processing things, running through the implications of what he'd just said and what it meant that he'd said it with the calm directness of someone twice his age. "I'll arrange it," she said. "Thank you." He paused. "Professor, are you all right?" She looked at him with an expression that shifted slightly, surprised, maybe, by the question. "I am handling a difficult situation," she said, with the clipped precision of understatement. "As are you, apparently." She looked at him steadily. "I want you to know that whatever you have encountered in the last several days, if you need an advocate, someone to speak on your behalf to the school, you may come to me." "I'll remember that," Harry said. He held her gaze. "Did you know about any of it?" The question hung in the corridor. Students moved past them, paying no attention. McGonagall met his eyes, and he watched her do the thing that people who have kept difficult secrets for a long time do when someone asks the direct question, the brief, involuntary contraction around the truth, the split second of weighing, and then the choice. "I suspected," she said, quietly. "There were things I questioned. There were things I was, she paused, persuaded to set aside. She held his gaze. I did not know the scope of it. I would like to believe that if I had known the scope of it, I would have acted differently. She paused. I'm not entirely certain I would have. And that disturbs me considerably. Harry looked at her. He thought, she's telling the truth. Not the comfortable version of the truth, but the real one, which was harder and more honest and considerably more useful. Thank you for saying that, he said. She gave a short nod. I'll have a travel authorization for you by end of day. The great hall was noisier than usual at dinner, charged with the kind of energy that meant information was circulating through the student body in the oral tradition that schools had used since people started putting children in buildings together, whispers down dormitory corridors, notes passed under tables, urgent low-voiced conversations in bathrooms and stairwells. Nobody knew exactly what was happening, but everyone knew something was happening, which in a school full of magically raised children who had grown up understanding that information was power was almost worse than knowing. The staff table was its own weather system. Flitwick and Sprout were having a quiet conversation with the concentrated attention of people processing new data. Quirrell was looking at his plate and sweating. McGonagall sat straight-backed and steady and ate without appearing to taste anything. Snape's expression was unreadable in the specific way that Snape's expression was always unreadable, a cultivated blankness that Harry was beginning to suspect concealed very active internal machinery. Dumbledore was there. He ate. He smiled. He appeared utterly untroubled. Harry looked at him once, directly, in the middle of dinner. Not a challenge. Just a look. I see you. I see what you are. And then he went back to his shepherd's pie and let Neville tell him about something his gran had written in a letter that afternoon. Apparently word had reached Augusta Longbottom already, and the letter was 3 pages of handwriting that Neville described as, basically exactly what I expected but louder. Is she coming to the school? Harry asked. She's coming Monday, Neville said. She wants to speak to, he glanced at the staff table, to whoever needs speaking to. Good, Harry said. And he meant it. He thought, Augusta Longbottom arriving on the same day as Dumbledore's ministry summons. He thought, that's going to be an interesting Monday. After dinner, he went to the library. He told Ron he wanted to check something about his homework. He told Hermione he'd see her tomorrow. He walked through the corridors with the even pace of someone who had been comfortable being alone his whole life and knew how to move through spaces without drawing attention. In the library, he asked the librarian, Madam Pomfrey, who looked at him with the particular suspicion she reserved for first years and anyone she hadn't seen before, for anything she had on magical inheritance law, goblin wizard contract law, and the legal framework governing wardship of magically orphaned minors. Pants gave him 4 books and watched him carry them to a table with an expression that said she hadn't expected a first year to know those words. Harry opened the first book. He read until curfew. He took notes in his own shorthand, not the organized, color-coded system Hermione used, but a quick, angular script that kept pace with his thinking. He was not a natural academic the way she was, he read the way he played Quidditch, fast and instinctive, skimming for the relevant and slowing when he found it. What he found, by the end of the evening, was this: as the heir to 3 ancient and noble houses, he had considerably more legal standing than the standard minor with a guardian framework assumed. He had the right to petition the Wisengamot directly regarding his own welfare. He had the right to request a formal audit of his guardianship arrangements. He had, and this was the part he sat with for a long time, reading the relevant paragraph 3 times, the right to name an alternative guardian of his choice, subject to Wisengamot approval, if he could demonstrate that the current arrangement was contrary to his interests. He thought about Sirius Black, who was in Azkaban for something Harry had very recently started questioning. He thought about the memory blurs that had been part of the removed constructs, things made harder to think about clearly. He thought about how he'd never, in 10 years, properly considered why his godfather was in prison. He wrote in his notes, Sirius Black, won trial. Veritaserum. No formal trial on record. He circled it. He put his quill down and sat in the quiet library with the castle settling around him and the fire burning low and thought, one thing at a time. Monday first. Then Gringotts. Then everything else. He packed his books, thanked Madam Pants with a courtesy that clearly surprised her, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The portrait hole swung open. The common room was warm, firelit, winding down toward the end of the evening. Ron was playing chess with himself again, though he'd clearly got someone else involved because the chess pieces were arguing with each other. Hermione was reading on the hearth rug, 3 books open at once. Neville was sitting in the armchair by the fire, and he was doing something Harry hadn't seen him do before. He was sitting with his back straight and his shoulders set and his face still, and he was not hunched or apologetic or small. He was just, there. Taking up the space he was entitled to. Harry sat in the adjacent chair. "Find anything useful?" Neville asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Good." Neville looked at the fire. "I wrote to my gran about everything Pomfrey told me. The charms, the removal, all of it." He paused. "I told her I wanted to know everything she knows about how my parents ended up the way they did. Every detail she's been protecting me from." He paused again. "I told her I'm not someone who needs protecting from the truth anymore. How do you think she'll take that?" Harry asked. Neville almost smiled. "Badly," he said. "And then she'll tell me everything, because she'll realize I'm right." Harry looked at him, at the set of his shoulders, the quiet certainty in his voice, and thought about 14 constructs and 5 sessions of removal and steady, terrible tears that had been honest and hadn't needed apologizing for. "You know," Harry said, "I think you're going to be all right." "Yeah," Neville said. Not dismissively, not falsely modest. Just, yeah. "I know. I think so too." Outside the tower windows, the mountains were dark shapes against a black sky, and somewhere beneath London the goblins worked through their second straight night of forensic accounting, and in his office an old man sat very still in the firelight while the silver instruments ticked and turned, and Monday was coming with all the weight of a season changing. Harry went upstairs and slept, and this time he did dream, brief, fragmented things, half remembered when he woke. But they were his own dreams, he was certain of that. Unmanufactured. Unguided. Just his. Chapter 3, The ledger Saturday morning came in cold and clear, the kind of autumn clarity that made the castle look carved from light. Harry was at the Gryffindor table by 7:30 with McGonagall's travel authorization in his pocket and the heir ring on his right hand and the 4 library books in his bag, because he'd decided to return them before he left, and Madam Pants had that look about her that suggested she tracked overdue books the way some people tracked vendettas. Hermione sat across from him before he'd finished his first cup of tea. "I'm coming with you," she said. "To Gringotts?" "Yes." She poured herself tea with the decisive movements of someone who had already had this argument internally and won it. "You're going to need someone who reads quickly and retains legal terminology, and I've already read 2 of the 3 books I checked out last night on inheritance law, and frankly," she paused, "I want to be useful. And I want to be somewhere other than this castle today, because if I sit in the common room and think about those 3 constructs for another 12 hours I'm going to do something destructive." Harry looked at her. "Can you be ready in 20 minutes? "I've been ready since 6, she said. Neville appeared at Harry's shoulder with a piece of toast and an expression of quiet determination. "I want to come as well." Harry looked at both of them. He thought, is this real? And then he thought, yes. This is mine. The certainty of it was different from the manufactured warmth the constructs had generated, less like sunlight, more like bedrock. 20 minutes, he said. Front steps. McGonagall had arranged a ministry car, one of the black, self-driving ones that navigated Muggle traffic with an air of mild contempt for the highway code. It smelled like old leather and something floral that Harry couldn't identify, and the driver was a ministry official who didn't speak, which suited all three of them fine because the drive to London was largely occupied by Hermione talking about inheritance law with the concentrated energy of someone who had been prevented from reaching correct conclusions for years and was making up for lost time. The key thing, she said, is the distinction between a personal guardianship and a Wisingamot-appointed guardianship. Your placement with the Dursleys, she glanced at Harry, if it was arranged through the Wisingamot, it's legally reviewable by the same body. If it was arranged informally, outside the formal process, then there's an entirely separate legal problem because you were a legal ward of the state from the moment your parents died. Was there a formal Wisingamot appointment? Neville asked. That's what we need to find out, Harry said. Because if there wasn't, my placement was never legal. Hermione's eyes went very sharp. Which would mean whoever arranged it did so without legal authority, Harry said. Using my compliance. Which had been manufactured. The car turned onto the motorway. Grey countryside scrolled past the windows. There's something else, Harry said. He'd been turning it over since the library last night, and he hadn't said it aloud yet because saying things aloud made them real and required you to deal with the reality of them. But he thought, enough of not saying things. My godfather. Sirius Black. Neville looked up. He's in Azkaban, Harry said. For betraying my parents. For killing Pettigrew and a street full of muggles. He paused. I looked it up last night. There's no record of a formal trial. Hermione went very still. No trial. He was arrested and sent straight to Azkaban. No wand examination, no Veritaserum, no Wisingamot hearing. Harry looked at the road ahead. The constructs in my head included memory blurs around specific topics. Things made harder to think about clearly. He paused. I never thought about why Sirius Black went to Azkaban without a trial. I just accepted it. Never questioned it. Someone didn't want you questioning it, Neville said quietly. Someone didn't want anyone questioning it, Harry said. But the most important person to keep from questioning it was probably me, because I'm his godson. Because if I'd been properly informed of his legal rights, he touched the heir ring on his right hand, as heir to the House of Potter, I have standing to petition for a review of his case. The car was quiet for a moment. How long has he been in Azkaban? Hermione asked. 10 years, Harry said. Another silence. Right, Hermione said. And in that single word was 10 years and a prison and a man who hadn't been tried and a 12-year-old anger that had nowhere to go yet but had found its direction. Then that's on the list. Harry nodded. He looked out the window. Long list, he said. Getting longer, Neville said. Yes, Harry said. He didn't say it with defeat. He said it the way you take inventory before you start work, methodically, without drama, because the size of the job is just information. Gringotts in the morning looked exactly as it had when Hagrid had brought him in September, the same sloping marble, the same burnished warning inscription on the inner doors that Harry read properly this time, the same goblins at their high counters doing things with coins and parchment and the casual efficiency of beings who had been managing other people's money for longer than most of the other people's civilizations had existed. But it felt different to walk in now. The heir ring on his hand felt different. The knowledge of why he was here felt different. The goblin at the nearest counter looked up when Harry approached, and then looked at the ring, and the quality of his attention changed in exactly the way the ring was apparently designed to change it. Harry Potter, Harry said. I have an appointment with Director Ragnarok. You are expected, the goblin said. No Mr. Potter, no theatrical bow, no performance. Just acknowledgement and direction. Harry appreciated that. Follow Splitrock. A second goblin appeared from a side door and led them through a corridor Harry hadn't been in before, behind the main hall, deeper into the bank, past doors with serious locks and small gold plaques with names that Harry caught in passing, Vault Audit Division. Legal Instruments and Contracts. Lineage Authentication. The corridor was lit with the same torchlight as the main hall but had a different quality to it, older, somehow, the stone darker and the carvings in the walls more intricate, the kind of decoration that isn't decorative but records. Splitrock stopped at a set of double doors and knocked twice with a precise, formal rap. A voice said something in gobbledygook. Splitrock opened the door. Director Ragnarok was not what Harry had expected, though he wasn't sure what he'd expected. The director of Gringotts was old even by goblin standards, Harry sensed, the way you sense age in something that has been doing its specific thing for a very long time. He was seated behind a desk the size of a small dining table, covered in papers and ledgers and 3 of the spinning disc instruments similar to sharptooths. His eyes were very dark and very sharp, and he looked at Harry the way that Madam Bones had looked at him, thorough, assessing, arriving at conclusions while appearing simply to observe. He looked at the air ring first. Then at Harry's face. Then, briefly, at Hermione and Neville. Harry Potter, Ragnarok said. His English was precise and slightly formal, every word correctly deployed. Sit down, please. There were 3 chairs arranged in front of the desk. They sat. Your companions, Ragnarok said. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, Harry said. They were also subjected to loyalty constructs. They're involved. He paused. And I trust them. He said that last part and felt it ring absolutely true, unmanufactured, unrehearsed, just accurate. Ragnarok looked at Hermione and Neville each for a moment. Whatever he saw apparently satisfied some criterion, because he nodded and opened the first ledger. I will be direct, Ragnarok said. Goblins do not have a tradition of softening information. I understand wizards sometimes prefer, direct is fine, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. The corner of his mouth moved in that almost expression Harry had first seen on Sharptooth. Good, he said. He turned the ledger to face them. It was a financial record, columns of figures and dates and transaction descriptions in very small, precise handwriting, covering pages going back years. Ragnarok tapped the most recent summary page with one long finger. Total unauthorized withdrawals, he said. Across all Potter-affiliated accounts, the Peveril Vault, and the Gryffindor Trust, 412,000 galleons. Over 9 years. The number sat in the room. Harry had done some rough research on galleon values the night before. 1 galleon was roughly 5 Muggle pounds. 412,000 galleons was, in Muggle terms, a number that made his jaw tighten. The breakdown, Ragnarok continued, is as follows. From the main Potter family vault, 87,000. From the Trust Vault, the one you accessed in September, 43,000. From 3 subsidiary investment vaults, 119,000, cumulative. From the Peveril Vault, 68,000. From the Gryffindor Trust, a pause, 95,000. Who authorized it? Harry asked. The authorization signatures on the withdrawal records correspond to Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok said. He said the name without drama, without emphasis, just fact. He had a standing authorization key for the Trust Vault, granted in 1981 following your parents' deaths, ostensibly for the management of your financial needs during your childhood. That authorization did not extend to the family vault, the investment vaults, the Peveril Vault, or the Gryffindor Trust. He tapped the ledger. The withdrawals from those vaults were made using a secondary authorization that has no legitimate source in our records. Our forensic accountants believe it was generated using a forged proxy instrument, likely made possible by the loyalty constructs on your person, which gave whoever held the construct's anchor points the ability to generate authorization in your name. He used my manufactured compliance to forge my signature, Harry said. Essentially, yes. Where did the money go? Ragnarok opened a second ledger. We have traced the majority of it. 40% went to operational expenses associated with an organization called the Order of the Phoenix, meeting spaces, travel, equipment, communications infrastructure, operating over the period from approximately 1982 onward, with a gap from 1981 to roughly 1990. He turned a page. 30% appears to have funded research. We have traced purchases through intermediaries of rare texts, experimental potion components, and astronomical equipment consistent with long-term magical research. He looked at Harry. The remaining 30% we have not yet fully traced. It's possible some of it funded individuals directly, living stipends, perhaps, or informant payments. Harry looked at the ledger. He thought, he was funding his own operation with my family's money. He was running his war against Voldemort, his plans, his order, his research, using funds he took from me. He thought, he might have told himself it was for me, that it was all ultimately in my service. He thought about the warm, certain feeling, the sunlight sensation. Everything is in good hands. The Order of the Phoenix, Neville said quietly. My parents were in the order. Ragnarok looked at him. Yes. Frank and Alice Longbottom were order members. He paused. We have not found any evidence of unauthorized access to the Longbottom accounts. Your accounts appear to be intact, Mr. Longbottom. Neville absorbed this. So he didn't steal from us, he said. Just used us. The constructs on your person, Ragnarok said carefully, would have been placed by someone who benefited from your family's participation in the order and wished to ensure your cooperation with, and docility toward, its legacy and leadership. He paused. We cannot say definitively who placed your constructs without the magical forensic analysis Sharptooth is currently completing. But it's the same person, Neville said. Flat. Certain. The architecture is consistent, Ragnarok said. Hermione, who had been listening with focused intensity and taking mental notes at speed, said, the Gryffindor Trust. You listed it separately. Harry is heir to the House of Gryffindor. Through the maternal Potter line, Ragnarok said. He turned to a different section of the ledger, older paper, different ink. The Potter family's connection to the Gryffindor lineage was established in the 17th century. The Gryffindor Trust has been maintained at Gringotts since the founding of the school itself. It is one of our oldest accounts. The terms of the trust specify that the assets are held for the benefit of the heir and for no other purpose. He looked at Harry. The withdrawals from that trust are not merely a financial crime. They are a violation of a founding charter of this bank. Which is why you're so angry, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him with his sharp dark eyes. We are not angry, he said. We are, he selected the word, insulted. There is a difference. Anger is emotional. Insult is a matter of honor and contract, and for goblins those are the same thing. He held Harry's gaze. We want restitution. Complete restitution. And we want the wizard responsible to answer for this in terms that are commensurate with what he has done. So do I, Harry said. They looked at each other across the desk covered in ledgers, a goblin director who had been managing the world's magical wealth since before anyone sitting in this room was born, and an 11-year-old boy with an heir ring and a clean, banked fury, and what passed between them was something that wasn't quite friendship and wasn't quite alliance and was something older than both. A recognition of shared interest and mutual respect between parties who had been wronged by the same person. There is another matter, Ragnarok said. Harry waited. Your guardianship. Ragnarok folded his hands on the desk. Gringotts conducted a search of Wizengamot records dating to November 1981. We found no formal guardianship appointment for you. No Wizengamot motion, no legal instrument, no ratified documentation of any kind placing you in the custody of Vernon and Petunia Desley. He paused. Your placement was arranged entirely through informal channels. It has no legal standing. The room was quiet. Which means, Hermione said carefully, that technically Harry has been in an illegal guardianship arrangement for 10 years. Correct, Ragnarok said. Which means, as we have advised Madam Bones, that the question of his custody is currently, legally speaking, unresolved. He looked at Harry. The wizarding world's legal framework provides that an heir of a noble house in an unresolved custody situation may petition the Wizengamot directly for formal appointment of a guardian of their choosing. The petition requires documentation of the current arrangement's illegality, which we can supply, and a candidate who meets the legal requirements for guardianship. Sirius Black, Harry said. Ragnar's expression shifted slightly. Sharptooth noted you might raise that. He's my godfather. He was legally named as my guardian in my parents' will. Harry held Ragnar's gaze. Assuming there's a will. There is a will, Ragnar said. Deposited with Gringotts in July 1981. It has never been formally read or executed. He opened a third ledger. It names Sirius Orion Black as primary guardian and requests that Harry James Potter be raised in the wizarding world. It explicitly states that he should not, under any circumstances, be placed with, Ragnar read from the page, Petunia Dursley, née Evans, or her husband, as they are unsuitable by virtue of their hostility toward the wizarding world and their known treatment of those under their care. He looked up. Lily and James Potter, Ragnar said, were very specific. Harry said nothing for a moment. He looked at the ledger, at the will his parents had written, the one that had been sitting in a vault for 10 years while he slept in a cupboard. And Sirius Black, he said, his voice very even, has been in Azkaban for 10 of those years. Without a trial. Yes, Ragnar said. Which is convenient, Harry said, for whoever needed him out of the way so the will couldn't be executed. Ragnar looked at him steadily. Very convenient, he said. Neville's hand, on the arm of his chair, had tightened. Hermione's quill, she had eventually produced a notebook from somewhere and had been writing steadily, had gone still. Harry sat with the full shape of it. The will suppressed. The godfather imprisoned without trial. The illegal guardianship. The manufactured compliance. The stolen gold. The constructs placed before he was born. All of it connected, all of it deliberate, all of it in service of a specific vision of what Harry Potter should be, available, compliant, trusting, grateful, and shaped by 11 years of carefully managed conditions into exactly the person best suited to walk toward his own death because someone wise and good and warm as sunlight had decided it was necessary. He thought, no. Just that. Simple, absolute, final. No. I want to formally request, Harry said, that Gringotts support a petition to the Wisingamot for the immediate review of Sirius Black's imprisonment and the execution of the Potter will. We will support it, Ragnar said. Without hesitation. I also want to formally designate Gringotts as the custodial institution for the Potter accounts pending any new guardianship arrangement, with Director Ragnar as financial trustee. He'd read about this provision last night. It was available to heirs of noble houses in contested custody situations. Ragnar looked at him. You've been researching, he said. Yes, Harry said. You researched inheritance law last night and arrived here this morning prepared to make formal legal designations. Is that a problem? No, Ragnar said. It is, he paused, appropriate. He reached for a piece of parchment and began writing. We will draw up the designation instrument now. You will sign it, it will be witnessed by myself and 2 other officers of the bank, and it takes effect immediately. He wrote quickly. Goblins, Harry was learning, did not waste time on ceremony they hadn't planned for. When something needed doing, they did it. While Ragnar wrote, Harry turned to Hermione. Can you look over the designation when it's done? Make sure the language says what it should say. Hermione, who had been waiting for exactly this kind of request, sat forward. Yes, she said. Absolutely. Neville, quietly, what do you want me to do? Harry thought for a moment. When we go back to school, I need someone to keep track of what's happening in the castle. People's reactions, what's being said, what the staff are doing. You're good at noticing things without being noticed. Neville looked slightly surprised. You think so? I've watched you for 5 days, Harry said. You disappear in rooms, Neville. People overlook you. That's going to be very useful. Neville sat with this for a moment, trying it on. All right, he said. And then, with the new quality that had been in his voice since Friday, I can do that. They were at Gringotts for 3 hours. The designation instrument was drawn up, reviewed by Hermione with the focused attention of someone who had retained every word of 2 chapters on contract law, amended in 2 places at her suggestion, both of which Ragnarok accepted without argument, and in doing so demonstrated more respect for Hermione's competence than most of the adults she'd encountered in 11 years, and signed by Harry with the air ring pressed to the wax seal. Then Ragnarok showed Harry the rest of the accounts. The trust vault, the one Harry had visited with Hagrid, was, it turned out, the smallest of the Potter holdings. Not tiny, but deliberately presented as the main account, the approachable face of the Potter fortune. The actual family vault was 3 floors deeper in Gringotts, accessible only by the senior cart line, and Harry had never been shown it. Ragnarok did not take them down to it today, that, he said, required a separate visit with formal transfer documentation, but he provided a summary. The summary was several pages long. Harry read it with the specific stillness of someone who has been told something that reframes a significant portion of their reality. He had grown up knowing he was not poor in the magical world. Hagrid had made that clear in September, with his gleaming eyes in the dimness of Vault 713. But not poor and what this summary described were not in the same category of thing. They weren't even in the same county. There are properties listed here, Hermione said quietly, reading over his shoulder with permission. Several, Ragnarok confirmed. Potter Manor in Gloucestershire, which has been sealed since 1981 and is in full working order. The Godric's Hollow property, which was damaged in the events of 1981 but remains technically in the estate. A cottage in the Orkneys. A townhouse in Edinburgh. And, Ragnarok turned a page, several parcels of land in Hogsmeade, which have been generating rental income for the past 40 years and from which no withdrawal has been made since 1991, as the authorized account manager made no transactions against those specific assets. He didn't know about those ones, Neville said. Apparently not, Ragnarok said. Harry set the summary down. He looked at Ragnarok. How do I access the properties? The manor requires only the air ring and your physical presence, Ragnarok said. The wards were set to recognize the heir's ring signature. They will open for you. He paused. I would suggest visiting soon. The longer a large property sits sealed, the more, he selected the word carefully, territorial the house elves become. There are house elves. 3, Ragnarok said. They have been maintaining the manor independently since 1981. They will be, a pause, very glad to see you. Harry thought about 3 house elves maintaining an empty manor for 10 years, waiting. He thought about a sealed house in the English countryside sitting full of everything his parents had owned while he slept in a cupboard with a cat flap in the door, and the anger ran cold and very clear. Next weekend, he said. I want to visit the manor. Ragnarok nodded. I will arrange a Gringotts escort. The ministry car took them back in the early afternoon. The countryside was golden with autumn, hedgerows and fields and the occasional village going past the windows, and Hermione had her notebook open and was organizing her notes with a thoroughness that Harry suspected was partly productive and partly therapeutic. Neville was looking out the window with the distant expression of someone processing. There's something I keep thinking about, Neville said. What? Harry asked. 14 constructs on me, Neville said. 56 on you. 3 on Hermione. He looked at his hands. 56 that's a body of work. That's someone spending serious time and serious magic on one person. He paused. Why are they still there? You're 11. You've been at Hogwarts 5 days. When were they planning to? He stopped. To what? Hermione asked. To use him, Neville said quietly. You don't spend that much effort conditioning someone and then just, leave them alone. Those charms were still active. That means they were still serving a purpose, which means someone still had plans. He looked at Harry. You were still being prepared for something. Harry had been thinking about this since Wednesday morning, in the background of everything else, turning it over. The oldest construct was 15 months before his birth. Placed while he was in utero or transferred from one of his parents. Someone had started building a version of Harry Potter before Harry Potter existed. The prophecy, Harry said. Hermione looked up sharply. There's a prophecy, Harry said. I don't know its exact wording, I've never been told it. But Dumbledore knows about it. I've been thinking about the way he looks at me sometimes. Not as a child. As, he paused, a variable. A piece in a game that's been running since before I was born. He looked out the window. He built me to play a specific role. He needed me to be brave enough but obedient enough. Powerful enough but deferential enough. Willing to trust him absolutely. Willing to walk wherever he pointed. Even if he pointed you towards something dangerous, Hermione said. Especially then, Harry said. The car was quiet for a long moment. What do you think the role is? Neville asked. Harry thought about Voldemort, who was presumably not gone, because nothing that had shaped Harry's entire life could have been entirely defeated by a rebounding curse. He thought about the construct placed before his birth. He thought about the warm, sunlit certainty that had told him, all his life, that the people in charge knew best and he should trust them and everything would be all right. Something involving Voldemort, Harry said. Something Dumbledore thinks only I can do. And something he thinks I won't do willingly, not really, not fully, unless I believe in it without reservation. Unless he's made me. Unless you're manufactured to walk into it, Hermione said. Yes. Another silence. Well, Neville said, and there was something new in his voice, not recklessness, nothing so easy as recklessness, but the steady, deliberate tone of someone who has looked at a large problem and decided the right response is to meet it at full height. He manufactured the wrong person. Harry looked at him. Neville was looking out the window. Whatever he was building, Neville said, that's not what he got. Sunday was quiet in the way that the day before something large is always quiet, the castle holding its breath. Harry spent most of it in the library, not reading, sitting with the ledger summary Ragnarok had given him and thinking through the shape of Monday. Hermione spent it revising, which was how she processed things. Neville spent it writing 3 letters, one to his gran, one that he didn't share the recipient of, and one that he sealed with surprising deliberateness and sent off with the school owls that evening. In the evening, walking back from the Ollery, they passed Snape in the corridor. It was the first time Harry had been near Snape since the constructs had started coming off, and the difference was immediate and noticeable. The amber construct that had been built around Snape, not warm, not affectionate, but a specific kind of trained deference, a learned reflex to not question and not push back, was gone, and what Harry felt in its place was simply his own unmodified assessment of the man standing in front of him. Snape looked at Harry the way he usually looked at Harry, with the particular cold attention of someone searching for something to criticize. Then he looked at the air ring. Then back at Harry's face. Something shifted in his expression. Very small. Very fast. But Harry caught it. Potter, Snape said. Professor, Harry said. Polite. Level. Not deferential. They looked at each other in the corridor torchlight. Snape's expression was doing its usual impenetrable thing, but underneath the impenetrability there was, Harry thought, something working. Some calculation, some recognition. You'll be in my classroom Wednesday, Snape said. I expect you to be prepared. I'm always prepared, Harry said. Snape's eyes moved to his face. Whatever he was looking for, Harry let him look. He didn't look away, didn't shuffle his feet, didn't perform any of the small, automatic submissive behaviors that Sharptooth's inventory had identified as construct-generated responses. Snape looked away first. See that you are, he said, and walked on. Harry watched him go. That was different, Hermione said quietly. Yes, Harry said. He seemed, she searched for the word, unsettled. Harry thought about what Sharptooth had said, the constructs that target emotional responses toward specific people. He thought about how Snape's behavior toward Harry had always had that excessive quality, the cruelty too pointed, too personal to be straightforwardly academic disdain. He thought about what amplified hostility might look like. What might be underneath it without the amplification. "I don't know what he is yet," Harry said. "But he knows something changed." "Is that good?" Neville asked. "It's information," Harry said. "I'll take it." Monday arrived with Dumbledore's empty chair. He was gone before breakfast, no announcement, no visible departure, just an absence at the staff table that Professor McGonagall addressed by sitting very straight and saying, when a fifth-year Hufflepuff asked where the headmaster was, that he had a prior engagement and would be back this evening. Prior engagement. The Ministry summons. The castle felt the absence the way houses feel the absence of a structural wall, not falling, but aware of an unexpected space. Snape was quieter than usual at breakfast. Quirrell looked simultaneously relieved and anxious, which was a complicated combination to maintain. Sprout was talking to Flitwick in a low, continuous murmur that looked like it had been going on since the previous evening. Malfoy appeared at Harry's elbow while he was walking to Charms. "Potter," he said. Harry kept walking. Malfoy kept pace. "There's something happening," Malfoy said. He was good at appearing casual while being entirely focused, Harry noted. It was a skill that took practice. "With Dumbledore. My father sent me an owl this morning. He said there's a Wizengamot committee session today and Dumbledore's been summoned." "Yes," Harry said. "You know about it?" "Yes." Malfoy was quiet for 3 steps. "My father is on the Wizengamot," he said. "He said the summons involves financial misconduct and," a slight pause, "coercive magical constructs on a minor." He looked at Harry from the corner of his eye. "That's you." "Yes," Harry said. Malfoy processed this. His face was doing the calculating thing. "How bad is it?" "For Dumbledore?" "Very bad," Harry said simply. Another pause. "My father wants to know if," "Tell your father," Harry said, still walking, "that I'm handling it, and that any support from the Wizengamot's traditional families would be noted and appreciated. Tell him I'll be available to meet when the timing is appropriate." He glanced at Malfoy. "Tell him I'm not interested in political games. I'm interested in legal processes and correct outcomes. If that aligns with his interests, then we're not at cross purposes." Malfoy stared at him. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had expected a very different kind of 11-year-old and was recalibrating. "All right," Malfoy said. He slowed, letting Harry walk ahead. Harry went to Charms. Augusta Longbottom arrived at 11. Harry knew this because Neville appeared at the door of the Charms classroom during the second half of the lesson with a note for Professor Flitwick, and Flitwick read it and glanced at Neville and then at Harry, and said with great tact, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, you are excused for the remainder of the period." Augusta Longbottom was in McGonagall's office. She was a formidable woman, tall, thin-lipped, wearing robes that suggested she had dressed for battle and had the posture to match. She had Neville's coloring and none of his gentleness, though when she looked at her grandson something shifted in her face, briefly and then controlled. She looked at Harry with sharp eyes. "You're the one who started this," she said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact delivered in the tone of someone taking a final inventory before proceeding. "Madam Pomfrey started it," Harry said. "I just didn't run from it." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. "No," she said. "I imagine you didn't." She crossed her arms. 14 constructs on my grandson." "Yes. Since before he came to this school." "At least that long," Harry said. "Possibly longer." Augusta looked at Neville. "Are you all right?" "I'm angry," Neville said. Something moved in Augusta's face, not surprise, but something softer and more complicated. "Good," she said. McGonagall was at her desk, present but not interfering, and Harry could see that she and Augusta Longbottom had already been talking when he and Neville arrived, and that the conversation had been the kind that came out of the other side of it, leaving both parties recalibrated. "I spoke with Amelia Bones this morning," Augusta said. "Before I came here. She told me about the Wisengamot committee session and the nature of the charges." She looked at Harry. "She also told me that you have been," a pause, the word chosen carefully, "remarkable." "She's generous," Harry said. "She's precise," Augusta said. "She's not a generous woman, she's a precise one. There's a difference." She looked at him steadily. "What do you need?" "Wisengamot support," Harry said. "Noble House support specifically. For a petition regarding Sirius Black's case, and for the formal legal guardianship petition." He looked at her directly. "I'll be honest, Madam Longbottom, I don't know who's going to stand up for me in that room and who's going to stand up for the version of me that Dumbledore wanted. I need to know which is which." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long, evaluating moment. "Minerva," she said, without looking at McGonagall. "Did you know what was in this child when you sent him to Gryffindor?" McGonagall's voice, dry and precise, "I had some indication." Augusta turned back to Harry. "The noble families who will stand with you, Longbottom, obviously. Abbott. Bones, through Amelia's family connection. The Greengrass family, who have been quietly positioning against Dumbledore's block for 3 years. And," a slight pause, "possibly Malfoy, though Lucius is a pragmatist and his support will be conditional on the wind direction." She paused. "That's 6 Wisengamot seats at minimum. There are 150 seats total. Political change in the Wisengamot requires—" "I'm not trying to change the Wisengamot," Harry said. "I'm trying to get one man investigated and one man freed. I only need enough seats to establish that the evidence warrants a full formal hearing." He paused. "How many for that?" Augusta looked at him. 20, she said. "Can you get 20? "By Wednesday," she said. "Yes." Harry nodded. "Thank you." She looked at him with an expression that was not warm and was not cold but was something more useful than either. "You're quite something, Harry Potter," she said. "I'm just someone who had things taken from him," Harry said, "and would like them back." Dumbledore returned to the castle at 6 in the evening. Harry knew this because he was in the entrance hall at the time, coming back from the library, by chance, or perhaps not by chance, because he'd been finding himself in places where information moved with a frequency that suggested his instincts about information flow had always been there, underneath the emotional dampeners. Dumbledore came through the great doors and he looked, the same. That was the thing. He looked entirely, serenely the same. White-bearded, half-moon spectacled, robed in deep blue, moving with the unhurried pace of a man who has never been rushed by anything because he is always, already, where he intended to be. He looked like a kindly grandfather coming home from a pleasant errand. He saw Harry. He stopped. They looked at each other across the entrance hall. Students moved around them. The evening noise of the castle went on. The torches burned orange on the walls. Harry thought about 56 constructs, and a will in a vault, and a man in Azkaban without a trial, and 412,000 galleons, and 3 house elves in an empty manor, and the oldest construct, placed before he was born. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He just looked at the headmaster with his own eyes, unmodified, unmanufactured, the eyes of someone who sees clearly, and let him see it. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But something moved behind his eyes, something complicated and deep, and not unaware of what it was seeing. He was not stupid. He had never been stupid. He knew exactly what the absence of the warm, certain feeling looked like from the other side. "Harry," he said gently. "Headmaster," Harry said. "A beat. How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. "Clear," Harry said. "Another beat." "I would like to speak with you," Dumbledore said. "Soon." At a time of your choosing. I know you would, Harry said. My solicitor will be in touch. He walked past him, up the stairs, back to Gryffindor Tower. He didn't feel the warmth. He didn't feel the sunlight. He felt the cold river of his anger and the bedrock certainty of his own judgment, and both of them were entirely, completely, unmistakably his. Behind him, in the entrance hall, he heard nothing. No sound from the headmaster. No footstep. Just the quiet of a man standing still in a space that had, in some fundamental way, just stopped being his. Chapter 4, The Trial. The Wizengamot chamber hadn't changed in 400 years, which was itself a kind of statement. The tiered seats rose in a horseshoe around the central floor, each one occupied by a witch or wizard in plum-colored robes, and the whole thing had the specific gravity of a room that had witnessed enough history to have developed opinions about it. The ceiling was low and vaulted, and the light came from floating spheres that cast everything in a quality of illumination that was neither warm nor cold, the deliberate neutrality of a space designed for judgment. Harry had never been here before. He stood in the anteroom with Madam Bones and a solicitor named Griselda Marchbanks, an ancient, sharp-eyed woman whom Bones had recommended and Augusta Longbottom had endorsed with the phrase she ate 3 ministry officials for breakfast in 1987 and hasn't slowed down, and looked through the small window at the chamber filling up. It was Thursday morning. The formal hearing had been scheduled for Wednesday, then moved when 4 more Wizengamot members had requested access to the preliminary evidence, then moved again when Gringotts submitted a supplementary financial document that ran to 63 pages and required the committee to actually read it. The 2-day delay had given Harry time to visit Potter Manor. He'd gone Tuesday with Ragnar's escort, 2 senior Gringotts officials and Sharptooth, who apparently considered himself personally responsible for Harry's ongoing welfare in a way that was purely professional and also slightly reminiscent of a very competent older sibling. They'd taken a portkey to Gloucestershire and walked up a long gravel drive between old oaks to a house that was, not a castle, nothing so theatrical, but large and old and clearly well-built, the kind of house that knew what it was and didn't need to demonstrate it. The wards had recognized the air ring and opened before he touched the gate. The house elves had, as Ragnar predicted, been very glad to see him. There were 3 of them, Tildy, who managed the house, Bram, who managed the grounds, and a small, ancient elf named Pip who appeared to have been attached to the Potter family so long that he could remember Harry's great-grandmother and had opinions about her taste in curtains. They had maintained the manor for 10 years, keeping it exactly as it had been in 1981, and when Harry walked through the front door and said his name and they recognized the ring, Tildy burst into tears that were extremely happy and also extremely loud. He had spent 4 hours in the house. He had walked through his parents' rooms and their study and the kitchen and the library, which was the size of the Hogwarts hospital wing and contained things that made Hermione, when he told her about it, produce a sound that was mostly incoherent. And he had sat for a while in a chair by a window that looked over the grounds and tried to feel something about all of it, and what he felt was not grief, exactly. More like the recognition of something that should have been there all along. Like finding a door that has always been in the house but was painted over and you never noticed because you were told to look elsewhere. He had arranged to move his primary residence designation to the manor. He had told the house elves he would come back properly in the Christmas holidays, and Tildy had immediately begun planning meals, which Harry suspected would continue until his arrival. The 2 days had also given him time for something else. Marchbanks was looking at the chamber with the alert patience of a bird of prey watching something interesting happen in a field below. She was very old, older, Harry thought, than she seemed when you first looked at her, the kind of old that had gone so far past intimidating that it had arrived at something more like geological. She had examined the case documents for 3 hours straight on Tuesday, asked Harry 47 specific questions, and told him at the end of it that the case was strong and his conduct throughout had been sensibly strategic without being manipulative, which is rarer than it should be. "How many seats do we have?" Harry asked. 23 confirmed, Marchbanks said. "Possibly 25 if the Greengrass block holds, which I believe it will. Augusta Longbottom has been formidably persuasive." She looked at the filling chamber. "The Dumbledore loyalists have somewhere between 30 and 40 seats. The neutral block is approximately 80. Our job today is not to win a vote, our job is to make the evidence so clear that the neutral block cannot look away from it. And then they convene a full hearing, Bones said. And then they convene a full hearing, Marchbanks confirmed. Which is where the real process begins. Harry looked through the window. The chamber was nearly full now. He could see Augusta Longbottom 3 rows up in the left tier, her back straight, her expression composed and about as warm as the Antarctic. He could see Lucius Malfoy in the right tier, silver-haired and deliberately neutral, which was itself a kind of statement. He could see faces he didn't recognize and faces he recognized from newspapers, and one face, round, pink, sweetly smiling, that he'd seen in the Daily Prophet last week and had immediately disliked without being entirely sure why. Umbridge, Madam Bones had said when he'd mentioned it. Don't let her smile at you. It doesn't mean what smiles usually mean. Is he here? Harry asked. He came in 5 minutes ago, Bones said. Sat in the witness chair without being asked. Which is, she paused, either confidence or theatre. With him it's both, Marchbanks said. Harry nodded. He straightened his robes. He'd asked Madam Bones what he should wear and she'd said formal wizarding, dark colors, nothing ostentatious, and Hermione had found him appropriate robes at the Manor's wardrobe, his father's things, slightly too large but adjusted by Tildy, who had cried again while doing it. He wore the heir ring. All right, he said. Let's go. Walking into the Wisengamot chamber was a specific experience. The seats curved around you, all that layered attention coming down from 3 sides, and the acoustics were designed to carry even quiet sounds to the highest tier. Harry walked in beside Marchbanks and Bones and felt the attention land on him the way attention landed at the sorting, heavy and personal and slightly too aware of itself, and he walked through it without adjusting his pace or his posture. Dumbledore was in the central witness chair. He looked up when Harry entered. Their eyes met. Dumbledore's expression was patient and sorrowful and composed, the expression of a man who had decided that dignity was available to him regardless of circumstances and had decided to take it. Harry looked at him for exactly 1 moment, long enough to be a look and not a flinch, and then looked at the chair Marchbanks was indicating. There were 2 chairs on the central floor, the witness chair, which Dumbledore occupied, and a second chair a few feet away which was designated for the primary claimant in a civil proceeding. Harry sat in it. Marchbanks took a standing position behind him, as was traditional for a solicitor in these proceedings. Bones moved to the prosecutor's position at the chamber floor's edge. The chief warlock, a different face in Dumbledore's absence from that role, a heavy-set man named Ogden who looked like he'd been awake since 4, called the chamber to order. This hearing is called, Ogden said, pursuant to the Investigative Committee's preliminary review of evidence submitted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Gringotts Bank, and the attending healer of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The matter before this committee is an initial assessment of whether sufficient grounds exist for a full formal hearing regarding, he read from the document, the unauthorized placement of coercive magical constructs on the person of Harry James Potter, a minor, and the unauthorized appropriation of funds from multiple vaults held in the name of the House of Potter and affiliated houses. He looked up. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, will present the primary evidence. Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Peveril, and Gryffindor, is present as primary claimant. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is present as primary subject of investigation. The chamber was very quiet. Harry could hear the quills. Bones presented the medical evidence first, Pomfrey's diagnostic report, Sharptooth's detailed mapping, the full technical breakdown of all 56 constructs. She was a precise and economical speaker, the kind who had learned that a good prosecutor's job is to let the evidence be alarming rather than to be alarmed on its behalf. She read the categories without inflection. Emotional suppressants. Memory blurs. Financial authorization locks. Loyalty constructs. The oldest one, 15 months before Harry's birth. The chamber's silence deepened with each item. Harry watched faces in his peripheral vision. He positioned himself so he could see the neutral block without turning, and he watched the deepening happen, the shift in posture that means people are no longer processing information but reacting to it. Then the financial evidence. Ragnarok had submitted a full written account, but a Gringotts representative, one of the senior officials who'd accompanied Harry to the manor, stood at the chamber floor and confirmed the key figures. 412,000 galleons. 9 years. The forged proxy instruments. The vault access residue. And then Bones said, the Gringotts audit has further revealed that the Potter family will, deposited with Gringotts in July 1981, has never been formally read or executed. The will names Sirius Orion Black as primary guardian of Harry James Potter. Mr. Black has been incarcerated in Azkaban since November 1981 following his arrest in connection with the deaths of James and Lily Potter. There is no record of a formal Wizengamot trial, wand examination, or Veritaserum hearing preceding that incarceration. A sound went through the chamber. Not a gasp, these were politicians, they didn't gasp, but a movement, a collective subtle shift. Additionally, Bones said, Gringotts' legal team has confirmed that no formal Wizengamot guardianship appointment exists for Harry James Potter. His placement with his current legal guardians was arranged outside the Wizengamot process, using no documented legal authority, and is in direct contravention of the stated wishes in his parents' executed and deposited will. Now there were voices. Low, quick, overlapping. Ogden raised his hand for quiet. Mr. Dumbledore, Ogden said. You will have the opportunity to respond. At this stage, I would like to speak now, if I may, Dumbledore said. His voice was exactly what it always was, warm, measured, carrying the deep timbre of someone who had been listened to for decades and had developed a natural authority that required no volume. Harry felt nothing when he heard it. Not the warmth. Not the sunlight. Just sound. Of course, Ogden said. Dumbledore stood. He looked around the chamber with the ease of a man in his own living room, and he looked at Harry with an expression of such genuine, deep sorrow that Harry thought several people in the neutral block would need a moment. I owe this body, Dumbledore said, and most especially Harry, a full and honest account. I will not offer excuses. I will offer context, which is a different thing, and I will trust this chamber to assess that context with the wisdom it has always demonstrated. He paused. In the autumn of 1979, I became aware of a prophecy concerning a child who would be born with the power to confront Lord Voldemort. I understood that prophecy to describe Harry Potter. I understood, and I believe I was correct in this, that the Dark Lord would move to destroy the child before that confrontation could occur, and that protecting Harry required not merely physical safety but a carefully managed set of conditions that would allow him to develop toward the role the prophecy described. The chamber listened. Harry listened. The measures I took, Dumbledore said, were not taken lightly. They were not taken with cruelty. They were taken with full awareness of their weight and with the genuine, constant belief that what I was building, the protections around Harry, the conditions of his upbringing, the orientations of his instincts, were building a young man capable of saving the wizarding world. He looked at Harry. I placed those constructs. I will not deny it. I believed they were necessary. I believed that a child raised with too much anger, too much questioning, too much suspicion, would not be able to do what needed doing. I needed him, he paused, and in the pause was the full weight of what he was saying, trusting. And willing. The chamber was very quiet. And the money? Ogden asked. Dumbledore turned back to the chief warlock. The funds I accessed from the Potter accounts were used entirely in service of fighting Voldemort and protecting Harry. The Order of the Phoenix, the organization I led to oppose Voldemort, had no ministry funding, no official support. Every galleon I withdrew was spent on that effort. He paused. I did not have formal authorization for those withdrawals. That is a legal failing I accept. But the purpose was not personal enrichment. The purpose, Marchbanks said, from behind Harry, and her voice had the particular quality of a woman who has heard a great many well-constructed arguments and has developed specific antibodies for each variety, was the management of a child's life, finances, emotional responses, and freedom of thought, without his knowledge or consent, based on your individual assessment of what was necessary. She paused. Is that an accurate summary of your position, Albus? Dumbledore looked at her. They were old, Harry thought, they had known each other for decades, and there was something in the look that carried that history. That is accurate, Griselda, he said. Yes. And the will? Marchbank said. The suppression of the will. Sirius Black in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial. Was that also necessary? A silence. Sirius Black, Dumbledore said carefully, was a man I believed, at the time, to be the Death Eater who betrayed James and Lily. A pause, and Harry watched the man choose his words with the care of someone who was about to say something true that didn't serve him. I may have been wrong about that. The evidence was circumstantial, and I allowed my grief and my certainty to, another pause, override the proper processes. You allowed it, Marchbank said, or you arranged it. Dumbledore met her eyes. He said nothing. Because there is a difference, Marchbank said, between failing to advocate for someone's right to a trial, and actively ensuring that trial didn't happen. And given the evidence before this chamber regarding the lengths to which you went to manage Mr. Potter's development, she let that hang. I find myself wondering which it was. The chamber was very, very quiet. Harry spoke. He hadn't planned to speak at this stage. Marchbanks had told him to wait, to let the evidence do its work, to speak only when directly invited. But he looked at Dumbledore in his chair and at the carefully sorrowful expression and at the 100-and-something plum-robed witches and wizards listening, and he thought, no. My voice. My story. Mine. May I speak, he said to Ogden. Ogden looked at him. He looked at Marchbanks, who had gone still with the very specific stillness of a solicitor who has just been surprised by their client and is deciding whether to be alarmed about it. You may, Ogden said. Harry stood up. He didn't look at Dumbledore. He looked at the neutral block, the 80 undecided seats, the faces he didn't know, the witches and wizards who would make the call about whether this went forward or got quietly managed. Professor Dumbledore has explained his reasons, Harry said. They're interesting reasons. They might even be good reasons. I'm 11, I don't have enough information about prophecies and Dark Lords and the long-game strategy of defeating Voldemort to evaluate whether his approach was the most rational one available. He paused. What I can evaluate is what it felt like. The chamber was still. I grew up in a cupboard, Harry said. Not metaphorically. An actual cupboard under the stairs. My aunt and uncle's house. I didn't know I was a wizard. I didn't know my parents were famous or that I had an inheritance or a godfather or a manor house in Gloucestershire. I didn't know any of it, and I didn't ask about it, and I now know why I didn't ask, because I had a construct that made financial inquiry feel uncomfortable, and constructs that blurred the memories that would have prompted questions, and constructs that made trusting authority feel like sunlight and trusting my own instincts feel childish. He looked around the chamber. Professor Dumbledore says he needed me trusting and willing, Harry said. Trusting of him specifically. Willing to do what he decided was necessary. And I was. I was exactly that, because he built me to be. He started building me before I was born. And while he was building me, he was taking money from my family's vaults to fund the project. He paused. I don't know what the prophecy says. I don't know what role I'm supposed to play in it. But I know this, whatever it requires of me, I want it to be a choice. My choice. Made with my own mind, my own feelings, my own assessment of what I'm willing to do and why. He looked at the neutral block. What Professor Dumbledore has denied me, for 11 years, is the ability to make that choice. He decided in advance what I would choose. He made sure of it. He paused one more time. That's not protection. That's ownership. Silence. Then voices. Not chaos, something more deliberate than chaos, the sound of a large group of people all beginning to process the same thing at the same time, a wave of reconsideration moving through the chamber. Marchbanks, behind him, very quietly, "Sit down, Mr. Potter." He sat down. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at him with an expression Harry hadn't seen on him before. Not sorrow, not calculation, not the patient benevolence. Something more like recognition. The look of someone who has built something and seen it become, against all design, the thing they most feared and most needed. "I want to add," Dumbledore said, quietly, to the chamber. "What Harry has just said, he is right. The framing I have used, of protection and necessity, it has obscured something I have not allowed myself to examine clearly." He paused. "I treated him as a means to an end. I convinced myself the end was important enough. A long pause, and in it, Harry thought, was the specific weight of a man confronting the gap between who he believed he was and what he had actually done, wrong. Not wrong about the end. Wrong about the means. And wrong about my right to make that decision for someone else. The chamber absorbed this. "That is an admission of guilt," Marchbanks said, not loudly. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It is." Ogden called for the vote 15 minutes later, after several members of the neutral bloc had asked pointed questions and received answers that were honest in a way that did Dumbledore no favors. The vote was on whether to convene a full formal hearing, not a verdict, not a sentence, just, is there enough here to require the full process? The result was 107 to 31 in favor. 31 votes for Dumbledore. His bloc had held. But 107 was not a number that left ambiguity. The formal hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks' time. Dumbledore was placed on administrative suspension from Hogwarts pending the outcome. His Wisengamot membership remained suspended. His Order of Merlin, Harry hadn't known there was an Order of Merlin involved, was placed in temporary abeyance. He stood and received all of this with the quiet dignity of a man determined to demonstrate that he could. He looked at Harry once more before he left the chamber floor. The look was long and honest and carried something that was neither apology nor defense, more like an acknowledgement. "I see you now. I see what you are without what I built." And underneath it, very deep, something that might have been what genuine pride looked like when it was also full of guilt. Harry held his gaze. He gave nothing back. Not cruelty, he wasn't interested in cruelty, but not forgiveness either. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. Dumbledore walked out of the chamber. The doors closed. Harry sat in the chair for a moment with the noise of the chamber rising around him, voices, movement, the shuffling of parchment and the clatter of 100 decisions being made and revised. Marchbanks put a hand briefly on his shoulder, brief and businesslike, but there. "The black petition," she said. "Bones is filing it today." Given what Dumbledore just admitted, that his conviction was based on possibly erroneous certainty, the committee will have to respond. She paused. "It won't be immediate. These things take time." "How much time?" Harry asked. "Weeks," she said. "Not months. Not after today." Harry nodded. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban. He thought about 10 years. He thought about the will, do not, under any circumstances, place him with Petunia Dursley, sitting in a Gringotts vault while Harry slept in a cupboard. "Weeks is fine," he said. "Weeks I can work with." Bones appeared at his shoulder, her sharp face not exactly warm but carrying something close to satisfaction. "You weren't supposed to speak," she said. "I know," Harry said. It was the most effective piece of advocacy in this chamber in 10 years. "Marchbanks told me to wait," Harry said. "And Marchbanks," said Marchbanks, from his other shoulder, "will forgive you for not doing so, because the outcome was better than the alternative." She paused. "Don't make a habit of ignoring my instructions." "I'll try," Harry said. "You will fail," Marchbanks said, with the resigned certainty of a woman who had represented exceptional people before and understood the limitations of that experience, but try anyway. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next morning. Harry had known it was coming. He'd known it was coming since Wednesday, when Bones had warned him that the press would have the story within hours of the hearing. He'd spent Wednesday evening thinking about it, and had decided, with the clarity that had been his constant companion since the construct started coming off, that there was exactly one way to handle public attention that had ever worked in the long run, and that was not to handle it at all. The headline was, "Dumbledore Suspended, Dark Magic Used on Boy Who Lived." The story beneath it was written by a journalist named Rita Skeeter, which Hermione identified as a potential problem the moment she read the byline. "She invents things," Hermione said, at breakfast, reading rapidly. "She takes real facts and adds invented emotional details and implication." Hermione stopped. "Read something." Her expression shifted. "She's actually, she's mostly accurate here. The facts are correct." She turned the page. "She's editorializing, but the core information is right." Harry read it himself. The core information was right. The editorializing was dramatic but not dishonest. Skeeter had clearly been given the broad strokes of the medical report and the financial summary, either leaked by someone on the committee or legally accessible as public record, and had written them up with the conviction of someone who understood that the truth, in this case, was already dramatic enough without embellishment. The Great Hall was reading the story with the intense silence of a collective realization in progress. Harry ate his porridge. He felt eyes on him from multiple directions, students, staff, the particular quality of attention that comes from being a name in a headline sitting 3 feet from people who have just read it. He was aware of all of it and responded to none of it, because responding to it would only direct more of it at him, and he had things to do that were more important than managing other people's reactions to yesterday. Draco Malfoy appeared at his elbow at the end of breakfast. "My father," he said, in a low voice, "was one of the 107. Harry looked at him. "I know." Malfoy looked like he'd expected Harry to be more impressed by this. "He says the black petition will have Malfoy support." "Tell him thank you," Harry said. "Tell him I'm aware of what I owe and I pay my debts." He looked at Malfoy directly. "Tell him also that I don't give blank checks. His support buys goodwill and a conversation. It doesn't buy anything else." Malfoy absorbed this. "He'll want to meet you." "I know. Tell him Christmas, at a neutral location, his choice. Tell him I'll bring Marchbanks." Malfoy blinked. "You have Griselda Marchbanks as your solicitor?" "Yes. She's 110 years old. And she could eat Lucius Malfoy for breakfast," Harry said, which he'd been told was basically true, "so yes, I'll be bringing her." Malfoy went back to his table looking like he needed a moment. Snape stopped Harry in the corridor on Friday. Not ambushed, stopped, deliberately, in a quiet section of corridor between the library and the main staircase, at a time when foot traffic was low. He stepped from a doorway and Harry stopped walking and looked at him. "Potter," Snape said. "Professor," Harry said. Snape looked at him with the impenetrable expression that Harry was becoming better at reading, not because it had become transparent, but because he'd learned to watch the things around the edges. The set of the jaw. The quality of stillness. The way his eyes moved. "The diagnostic report," Snape said. "Sharptooth's full mapping. Have you seen the complete version?" "Yes," Harry said. "Has anyone?" Snape paused. It was a very controlled pause, which meant it was covering something he didn't want to show. "Did the mapping identify the specific casters for each construct?" Harry looked at him. He thought about what Sharptooth had said, the architecture is consistent. He thought about whether there was any evidence of multiple casters. "Most of them have consistent architecture," Harry said carefully. "One primary caster." He watched Snape's face. "A few of the outer Grey-tier constructs have different signatures. Sharptooth mentioned it briefly, they might be from a secondary source. Snape was very still. He didn't go into detail, Harry said. I could ask. No, Snape said. Then, quickly, no, that's not necessary. Harry kept watching him. Were you involved in something you're not sure about, he said, and kept his voice factual rather than accusatory, because what he was reading in Snape's face was not guilt about wrongdoing, it was the specific, nauseating guilt of someone who has done something in good faith that has turned out to be part of something much worse. Snape's jaw tightened. There are things he stopped. There are things I did, early in your life, that I understood to be protective measures. That I was told were protective measures. Who told you? A silence. Harry held his gaze and waited. He was good at waiting. I placed 2 constructs, Snape said, in a voice that had been stripped of everything but the flat fact. In the summer of 1981. Before your birth. At Dumbledore's direction. I was told, his jaw tightened again, I was told they were anti-dark detection wards. That they would prevent Voldemort from sensing Harry Potter's power as it developed. Harry thought about the grey-tier constructs with the different signature. He thought about the 2 Sharptooth had flagged. What did they actually do? Harry asked. I don't know, Snape said, and the words came out carrying something ugly that Harry recognized as self-directed, a rage turned inward, the kind that had been building for a while. I didn't examine the final product. I cast what I was given the design for. He paused. I've been trying to determine the actual function since I saw Sharptooth's preliminary report in the Prophet article. The description matches, he stopped. Matches what? An emotional anchor construct, Snape said. Not a detection ward. The design I was given was described to me as one thing. The function, based on the published diagnostic categories, he stopped again. Harry thought about the full list. Emotional suppressants. Memory blurs. Loyalty constructs. He thought about which of those could be disguised as anti-detection wards to a brilliant but not omniscient potions master who trusted the headmaster. He used you, Harry said. Snape's expression did something complicated and very fast that he locked down immediately. I will not, he started. I'm not accusing you of anything, Harry said. I'm telling you what I can see from outside it. He gave you a design, told you a purpose, and used your expertise without telling you what you were actually building. He paused. That's the same thing he did to me. On a different scale, but the same structure. Snape looked at him. Harry looked back. He thought about what Snape had been doing to him in potions, the coldness, the pointed cruelty. He thought about the construct that had been layered on top of whatever Snape had placed, the one that generated a modified response to Snape specifically. He thought, the amplified hostility between us might have been partially manufactured on both sides. He thought, I don't like him yet. But I'm willing to withhold the verdict. I would like, Snape said, and each word sounded like it was costing him something, to provide a formal account of my involvement to Madam Bones. Before the full hearing. Voluntarily. Harry held his gaze for a moment. That's a good idea, he said. Marchbanks can advise you on how to submit it in a way that minimizes your legal exposure while being fully honest. Snape blinked. You would, I told you, Harry said. I'm not interested in punishing people who were used the same way I was. I'm interested in the truth. He paused. Marchbanks will tell you what I tell everyone she represents, full honesty in exchange for full advocacy. If you were a tool, the account should reflect that you were a tool. If you made choices with full knowledge, she'll reflect that too. He looked at Snape steadily. Which is it? I was a tool, Snape said. Flat. Hating the word. On this specific matter. I was a tool. Then tell Marchbanks that, Harry said. She'll know what to do with it. He walked away. He got 3 steps before Snape spoke again. Potter. Harry turned. Snape looked at him with an expression that had been reduced to something much smaller and more essential than its usual complexity. "Your mother," he said. "The construct's on you. The maternal resonance of the anchor on the oldest one, the foundational crimson construct." He paused. It is not possible to place a construct of that tier on a child in utero without the mother's magical cooperation. His jaw was tight. I am not saying she consented to what was ultimately placed. I am saying the process would have required her participation. And that she would not have known what she was consenting to. Harry was still. Lily Potter, Snape said, trusted Dumbledore. She trusted him completely. He held Harry's gaze. I want you to know that. That she trusted him. That she would not have, she would never have, he stopped. I know, Harry said. He did know. He had known since Sharptooth explained the maternal transfer mechanism. His mother had been used to, in that quiet, architectural way that Dumbledore had of using people, taking their trust and making something of it that they hadn't agreed to. Thank you, Harry said. For telling me. Snape gave a curt nod that was not quite acknowledgement and not quite dismissal, and turned and walked away down the corridor, and Harry watched him go and thought, complicated man. Useful complicated man. Deal with it as it comes. The letter from Azkaban came Saturday. It arrived with the school owls at breakfast, but it wasn't delivered via owl, it came by Ministry Post Owl, official red binding, delivered directly to Harry by a very serious Ministry bird that landed in front of him and waited until he untied the letter with the solemnity of something important being correctly handled. The letter was from Sirius Black. Harry held it for a moment. He looked at it, the handwriting on the front was uneven, the letters formed with the effortful care of someone whose hands hadn't done much detailed work in a long time. His name. Harry James Potter. The ink was blue-black and slightly smudged. He opened it. The letter was 3 lines long. Harry. Bones told me what happened. What you did. She brought me a copy of the Prophet. I knew your parents. I knew you when you were small. I just wanted to say, James would have been, he would have been very proud. I'll see you soon. I believe that now. Padfoot. Harry read it twice. He folded it carefully and put it in his chest pocket, next to his ribs. Hermione, across the table, was watching him with an expression that asked the question without asking it. He's real, Harry said. Not meaning Sirius was alive, he'd known that. Meaning, the person in those 3 lines was real. The writing was shaky but the voice behind it was clear, and it sounded like someone who had held on to something for 10 years in the dark and hadn't let go. Weeks, Hermione said quietly. Marchbank said weeks. Weeks, Harry said. He ate his breakfast. He thought about a man in a cell who had probably been told about the hearing through a Ministry owl and had sat with it, in the dark and the cold that Azkaban was famous for, and had written 3 lines with shaking hands. He thought, I'm coming. I'm actually coming. Wait a little longer. Outside the windows, autumn had settled fully over Hogwarts. The leaves were burning red and gold in the grounds, and the lake was dark and still, and somewhere in London a hearing was being scheduled, a petition was being processed, and a legal machinery that had been deliberately kept from turning for 10 years was, slowly, unstoppably, beginning to move. Neville appeared beside him and read his expression with the new directness he'd developed since Friday's removal session. Serious? He asked. Serious, Harry said. Neville nodded. He poured himself tea. It's going to be all right, he said. He didn't say it the way people said it when they were trying to be comforting and didn't know if it was true. He said it the way you state a fact about weather. Just, this is how it is going to be. The way Harry had said I'm working on it to a letter that asked him to believe. Yes, Harry said. It is. Chapter 5, The Reckoning. 3 weeks was not a short time when you were aware of every hour of it. Harry had expected the waiting to be harder than the action. Waiting usually was, in his experience, which was mostly the experience of a child who had learned that wanting things led to disappointment, so the best approach was to not want things too loudly. That instinct was going now, clearing like fog with each removal session, and what was underneath it was not impatience but something more purposeful. The waiting had texture. He filled it. Sharptooth came to the hospital wing twice more in the first week following the hearing, Tuesday and Friday, working through the deeper amber constructs with the methodical precision of a craftsman who understood that the quality of the work mattered more than the speed. Each session left Harry feeling more calibrated, more specifically himself, like a compass being corrected toward true north. He didn't always like what he found underneath. There was a grief under the memory blurs, a real and specific grief about his parents that the constructs had kept soft and generalized, and when the blur over it came away the grief arrived with the sharpness of something that had been waiting and hadn't gone anywhere. He sat with it. He didn't perform it for anyone, and he didn't try to manage it away. He just let it be there, real and his. The crimson foundational constructs were last. Sharptooth had scheduled a single long session for the Sunday before the full Wisengamot hearing, 6 hours, he estimated, with 2 healers from St. Mungo's on standby, because the foundational tier required specialist support that went beyond what a school hospital wing was equipped for on its own. Pomfrey had arranged it. Madam Bones had arranged the St. Mungo's component. Marchbanks had reviewed the legal liability framework with the focused attention of someone who had decided nothing was going to go wrong on her watch. In the meantime, Harry did other things. He went back to Potter Manor on the second weekend, this time with Hermione and Neville, and they spent a full day in the library. Hermione's response to the Potter library was the same as her response to any large collection of organized knowledge. She became very still and then very focused and then entirely unreachable, working her way along the shelves with the systematic thoroughness of a person cataloging a continent. Neville found a section on herbology and sat cross-legged on the floor with 3 books and didn't look up for 2 hours. Harry read his parents' papers. Not their personal correspondence, he wasn't ready for that yet, and he was learning to recognize the difference between what he could handle now and what needed more time. But the professional papers, his father's notes on transfiguration, his mother's research on advanced charm theory, the joint work they'd done in the early years of their marriage on counterjinx development, those he could read. Those told him something about who they were in the specific way that work always tells you who someone is. James Potter had been brilliant and slightly disorganized, his notes jumping between insights with the connected thinking pattern of someone whose mind moved faster than his writing. Lily Potter had been architectural, building arguments from the ground up, each step precise and sourced, and then occasionally making a leap that was so far past the architecture that it took a moment to see it was still standing. He read for 4 hours and felt them, distantly, like a warmth that was entirely different from the manufactured warmth. This one came from recognition. From seeing himself in someone. Tildy made an enormous dinner that none of them could finish, and tried to send them back to Hogwarts with enough food for the week, and only accepted the compromise of 1 pie each when Neville very gently pointed out that the pies might not make it through the school gates intact, which was not entirely true but made Tildy feel she'd been listened to. The second week brought Quidditch. Not trials. Harry hadn't gone to trials, partly because Pomfrey had recommended against any high-impact physical activity until the removal sessions were complete, and partly because he'd been occupied with things that ranked somewhat above recreational broomstick racing on the list of pressing concerns. But Oliver Wood found him on Tuesday afternoon with the focused intensity of someone who had been waiting for the right moment and had decided this was it. "I know you've been busy," Wood said, falling into step beside Harry in the corridor with the smoothness of someone who had timed the approach. "The Pomfrey thing, the ministry thing, all of it. I've been following it. Everyone has." "I know," Harry said. "But tryouts were 2 weeks ago and I held a spot," Wood said. "Because, look, I'll be honest with you, I saw you on a broom in the courtyard last week and I actually stopped walking." Harry had been on a broom in the courtyard last week. He'd borrowed Ron's. Ron had an ancient shooting star that handled like a shopping cart but was still technically airborne, and had done laps of the courtyard for about 20 minutes because he'd wanted to fly and had decided to do so rather than wait for ideal conditions. I'm cleared for physical activity as of this week, Harry said. When's practice? Wood stared at him. Just like that? You held a spot. I want to fly. Yes. Thursday, 6 a.m. Harry looked at him. Why 6 a.m.? The Slytherins have the pitch Tuesday and Friday afternoons, Hufflepuff has Thursday afternoons, and Ravenclaw has Wednesday mornings, so 6 a.m. on a cold November Thursday, Harry said. No, 6 a.m. is fine, Harry said. I'll be there. Wood gave him the expression of someone who had expected pushback and wasn't sure what to do with its absence. You're the youngest house player in a century, he said, apparently feeling this information needed to be delivered at some point. I know, Harry said. Youngest seeker in, also know that. He looked at Wood. Can I use a school broom until I get my own? I've got a Nimbus 2000 you can, a school broom is fine, Harry said. I want to know what I can do before I have the best equipment, not after. Wood looked at him for a long moment, processing. Right, he said finally. 6 a.m. Thursday. Don't be late. I won't be, Harry said. He wasn't. He was in the changing rooms at 5:50 and on the pitch at 6, and the morning was cold enough that his breath made small clouds, and the Nimbus 2000 that Wood had brought anyway, apparently unable to stop himself, was waiting on the bench with the smug self-assurance of a very good broom that knows it's a very good broom. He took the school clean sweep instead. He went up alone first, while the rest of the team was still assembling, and he flew the pitch perimeter 3 times at moderate speed just to feel the air and the height and the particular quality of being a small moving thing in a large cold space. Then he pushed the clean sweep to its actual capacity, which was limited but sufficient, and he found the upper air currents and banked into them, and it was, clean, is what it was. Frictionless. No thought, no strategy, no 18-dimensional chess problem of competing needs and political calculations. Just movement and air and the precise, physical intelligence of a body that was good at this. He spotted the practice snitch from 40 feet and had it in his hand before it had gone 12 inches. Wood, on his broom at the edge of the pitch, made a sound that was not quite a word. Right, Harry said, landing. I'll take the Nimbus 2000. The final removal session was Sunday the 21st. The St. Mungo's healers arrived at 7 a.m. 2 of them, both in lime green robes, both carrying equipment cases larger than Sharptooth's. They were professional and efficient and looked at Harry with the specific quality of professional interest that healers get when they encounter something genuinely unusual. Sharptooth was already there. Pomfrey had cleared the entire hospital wing and put a locking charm on the door. Madam Bones sat in her chair by the window. 6 hours, Sharptooth said, setting up the last of his instruments. Possibly less if the foundational architecture is responsive. The crimson constructs are, he selected the word, deeply embedded. The oldest one especially. It is woven into the basemost layer of your magical core, which means its removal will feel significant. How significant? One of the St. Mungo's healers asked. Like removing a structural element from a building, Sharptooth said. The building will not collapse, the existing magical core is more than sufficient to support itself without the construct. But it will, settle. Reseat itself. The process may be, uncomfortable, Harry said. Yes, Sharptooth said. He looked at Harry. The constructs have been present since before you had conscious memory. Parts of your magical development have grown around them the way a tree grows around a fence post. When they are removed, those parts will need to adjust. Adjust how? Your magic will stabilize at a significantly higher baseline than it currently presents, Sharptooth said. The constructs have been dampening your core expression. Not your power, you cannot add or remove power, but your expression. The facility with which your magic manifests, the speed of it, he paused, the range of it. Harry considered this. Define range. Sharptooth looked at him steadily. The diagnostic mapping of your core, once the foundations are clear, suggests, He paused, and it was one of those pauses that carries real weight, an exceptional result. I will not give you numbers before the work is done. I will say that you should expect the process to be noticeable. And that the week following may require some adjustment on your part. Noticeable how? Objects in the room may move, Sharptooth said, with complete professional calm. The temperature may fluctuate. There may be light phenomena. He paused. If you begin to feel what I would describe as overflow, a sensation of too much, too fast, say so and we will pause. I won't need to pause, Harry said. Say so anyway, Sharptooth said. As a formality, Harry said. Exactly. The session began at 7:15. The first 3 hours were hard in the way that precision work is hard, requiring focused stillness while things that felt enormous happened in spaces too small to see. The 2st. Mungo's healers worked in support of Sharptooth, maintaining what they called a stabilization matrix, essentially, a structured field of containing magic around Harry that would keep the removed constructs from backlashing into his surrounding environment while his core readjusted to each loss. Sharptooth worked at the foundational tier with instruments Harry hadn't seen before, finer and more complex than the earlier ones, and the vibrations they produced were deep enough that Harry could feel them in his back teeth. The 6th Crimson Construct came away at the 2-hour mark, and the world did something. Not dramatically, no explosion, no sudden blazing light. Just a deepening. Like a room gaining a second floor that had always been there but never been accessible. Harry sat very still and felt his magic move, shift, reseat itself, and the sensation was unlike anything the earlier removals had produced. Those had been about clarity. This was about scale. Easy, one of these Mungo's healers said. I'm fine, Harry said. Your ambient temperature just rose 4 degrees. I'm fine, Harry said. He breathed deliberately, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and focused on the shape of the thing settling inside him. It wasn't wild, it wasn't out of control, not threatening to burst out of him in some uncontrolled way. It was just, larger than he'd known. Like a room you've been navigating in the dark, and then someone lights it, and you see that it's considerably bigger than your hands had told you. The next construct was harder. The oldest one always comes last, Sharptooth had said, because removing the foundations before the layers has no structural sense, you clear the weight off first. The 3 remaining crimson constructs were the foundational tier, and each one took 30 minutes of careful, precise work that Harry sat through with his hands flat on his knees and his attention inward, monitoring the spaces as they cleared. The second-to-last one came away and a healer said, quietly but firmly, something's going to need to move, and Pomfrey, apparently having anticipated this, swept several items off the nearest shelf with practiced efficiency. The items on the shelf began to float gently 3 feet above their previous positions, arranged themselves in a neat suspended row, and stayed there. None of them had been touched. The St. Mungo's healer made a note. That's involuntary, Harry said. I know, the healer said. Containment is holding. Continue. The last one. Sharptooth positioned his instrument, and his 2 instruments, and looked at Harry with his black eyes that carried the specific gravity of a craftsman who is about to do the most important piece of work in a complicated commission. This is the foundational anchor, he said. The one placed before your birth. The architecture that everything else was built on. He paused. When it comes out, it won't be subtle. Do it, Harry said. It wasn't subtle. The sensation was not pain. He would think about it afterward, trying to describe it to Hermione when she asked, and the closest he could come was, imagine something that was load-bearing being removed and the structure above it not falling but rising. The construct came away and his magic, his actual, full, unmodified magical core, expressed itself for the first time without anything built on top of it, without the architecture of someone else's design filtering and directing and dampening it, and the expression was, the windows didn't break. Pomfrey had put reinforcing charms on the glass. The floating objects moved to the ceiling and stayed there in a perfectly ordered arrangement, as if gravity had simply decided to change direction for them. The temperature in the room rose sharply and then stabilized. Every candle in the hospital wing, and there were many, it was a large room, ignited simultaneously without anyone touching them. And then it settled. Like a tide coming in and finding its level. Like water filling a shape. Harry breathed, and his magic breathed with him, and it was enormous and quiet and entirely his. The room was still. "How are you feeling?" Sharptooth asked. Harry looked at the candles. He looked at the objects on the ceiling, still perfectly arranged, still just hovering there because his magic was calm enough now to simply maintain it without effort. He looked at his hands on his knees. "Fine," he said. And then, more than fine. Sharptooth looked at the diagnostic readout his instruments were producing. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, to no one in particular, "I will need to recalibrate my baseline scale." "What does that mean?" Bones asked. "It means," Sharptooth said, "that the standard calibration was designed for the full range of recorded human magical cores. This reading," he paused, "requires a different scale." The room absorbed this. "Is that good?" Pomfrey asked. "It is." Sharptooth looked at Harry. "Significant," he said. "It means that what we have been examining for the past 3 weeks, the suppressed expression, the dampened manifestation, was a fraction. A substantial fraction." He paused. The constructs were not just shaping Harry's character and trust patterns. They were also limiting how much of his magical capacity he could access at any given time. A core this size, fully expressed without limits, he stopped. "Would have been very difficult to keep compliant," Harry said. Sharptooth looked at him. "Yes," he said. "Among other things." Harry nodded slowly. He understood. A boy with this much magic, unmodified, would have been much harder to manage. Would have questioned things. Would have been dangerous to the careful system of trust and compliance Dumbledore had built. The dampening wasn't just about personality, it was structural. You couldn't manufacture a weapon this powerful without first making it smaller than it knew it was. "The formal diagnostic record," Harry said. "The one Marchbanks will submit to the Wisengamot hearing. Does it include the baseline measurement?" "Yes," Sharptooth said. "Good," Harry said. "Make sure it does." He stood up slowly. The objects on the ceiling descended smoothly and arranged themselves back on their shelves with the careful precision of someone setting a table correctly. Every candle burned steady. The temperature normalized. Pomfrey was looking at him with an expression that was several things at once: professional satisfaction, healer's relief, and something older and more human underneath both of them. "You should rest this afternoon," she said. "I will," Harry said. "Tomorrow." She looked at him. "Today." "Pomfrey," he said, gently. She held his gaze for a moment and then exhaled. "A few hours at least," she said. He gave her a few hours. He went to the common room and sat in the window seat with his knees drawn up and looked out over the grounds and let his magic settle into its full shape, which took time the way any large thing takes time to find its edges. By the end of the afternoon he had a clear sense of it, not a measurement, not a number, just a felt awareness of what he was working with and how it moved and where it was easiest and where it would take practice. The answer was, most of it would take practice. He was an 11-year-old who had been doing magic for 2 months, and the power was there, but power without skill was like a very large hammer in the hands of someone learning carpentry. He would need to learn. He was looking forward to learning with a hunger that was entirely his own. Hermione found him at dusk. She sat in the window alcove opposite him and pulled her knees up and looked at him with the focused appraisal she used when she was taking inventory of a new situation. "Sharptooth flood the school," she said. "He talked to McGonagall." She looked like she wasn't surprised by whatever he told her, but she needed a moment. "Right," Harry said. "What happened, exactly?" He thought about how to describe it. "Everything they'd built on top of me is gone," he said. And what's under it is, larger than they planned for. Hermione looked at him. Larger how? He reached out his hand, palm up. A candle flame appeared in it, a clean, steady flame, conjured without a wand, without an incantation, without the year of practice that wandless magic was supposed to require. It sat in his palm and burned, and he felt it the way you feel something entirely natural, effortless, unthinking, just there. Hermione stared at it for 3 full seconds. Right, she said. Larger in that way. I'll need to practice control, Harry said. A lot of it. The power is there but the precision isn't yet. He closed his hand and the flame went out. It's like being very strong but not very coordinated. I can lift things but I'll drop them if I'm not careful. I can help with that, Hermione said. He looked at her. The theory, she said, with a precision that was entirely hers, entirely unmanufactured, the specific confidence of someone who had spent a week making up for lost self-trust. I know the theory of precision casting better than almost anyone in this school, probably better than some of the teachers. She paused. And you're the only person I've met who might actually be able to demonstrate the theory in practice in ways I can't. Partners, then, Harry said. Partners, she agreed. Monday arrived with the weight of a sentence. The Wisingamot full hearing convened at 9 a.m. in the main chamber. Harry was there with Marchbanks, with Bones, with Augusta Longbottom in the gallery wearing her best robes and her most formidable expression, with the Gringotts representative in the formal observer position, and with Neville, who had requested to attend as a secondary claimant and had been granted observer status with Augusta's advocacy. Dumbledore arrived alone. He had not retained a solicitor, an extraordinary choice that the chamber noted visibly. He sat in the witness chair with the quiet self-possession of a man who had decided that representation would be misrepresentation, that the only honest accounting he could give was an unmediated one. Chief Warlock Ogden opened proceedings. The evidence was comprehensive. Sharptooth's diagnostic report with the full baseline measurement. Ogden read the core strength assessment aloud and a silence fell over the chamber that was of a particular quality Harry had learned to identify as the silence of people doing rapid mental arithmetic about implications. Pomfrey's 31 years of medical records, several of which detailed concerns she had documented and submitted through official channels that had been, Marchbanks flagged each one with the precision of a woman who had been looking forward to this specific moment, routed through the headmaster's office and never acted upon. The financial records from Gringotts. The will. The guardianship void. And Snape's voluntary submission. Marchbanks had helped him structure it, the testimony was clear and specific and honest, and it did what honest testimony from a hostile to himself witness always does in a legal proceeding, it reinforced the prosecution's case by being harder to disbelieve than anything else in the room. Snape said, in writing, under oath, I placed 2 constructs at Dumbledore's direction in the summer of 1981, believing them to be anti-detection wards. I was deceived about their function. I would not have placed them had I known their actual design. He had signed it with his full name and his legal magical signature. Dumbledore had read Snape's testimony earlier that morning, Marchbanks confirmed. His response, when told it was part of the proceedings, had been, of course it is. I expect no less from Severus. Which was its own kind of statement. The chamber questioned Dumbledore for 2 hours. He answered everything. He did not deflect, did not evade, did not use the rhetorical skill everyone in the room knew he possessed to complicate what was actually very clear. Harry watched him and thought, this is what a man looks like when he has decided the only thing left available to him is honesty. It was not comfortable to watch. It was not supposed to be. The questions became specific. The prophecy, Ogden said. You've referenced it twice in these proceedings. For the record, what is its content? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, Dumbledore said. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The chamber absorbed this. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Ogden said. Yes. And you believed that power was something you needed to build into the child. I believed, Dumbledore said carefully, that the power the prophecy described was love. The capacity for it. The willingness to sacrifice for others. And I believed that a child who was too angry, too isolated, too suspicious would not have that capacity. He paused. I now believe I fundamentally misunderstood what the prophecy described. What do you believe it describes now? Ogden asked. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked back. He didn't make it easy. He didn't make it hard. He just looked back with his own eyes, steady and clear and entirely present. Autonomy, Dumbledore said quietly. The freedom to choose. A Dark Lord who controls and commands, his power comes from control. The power that opposes it is not love as sentiment. It is love as the willingness to act freely, from genuine choice, for others. He paused. I built a boy to follow instructions. The prophecy was about a person who would choose. Another pause. I understand the difference now. The chamber was very still. Then Marchbanks stood. She was very old and she had been in this chamber many times and she knew exactly how much weight a well-timed silence could carry. The evidence before this chamber, she said, establishes the following without meaningful dispute. The subject, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, placed 54 coercive magical constructs on a minor, Harry James Potter, without consent, over a period beginning before the subject's birth, for the stated purpose of shaping his character and trust patterns in a manner calculated to serve Dumbledore's strategic planning. The subject additionally misappropriated 412,000 galleons from accounts belonging to the House of Potter, the House of Peverell, and the Gryffindor Trust. The subject arranged or permitted the illegal suppression of a valid Wisengamot-deposited will. And the subject arranged or permitted the incarceration of a British wizard, Sirius Orion Black, without trial, for a period of 10 years. She looked at Dumbledore. The subject has not disputed any of these facts, she said. He has explained them. The explanation is, in several respects, coherent. It is also irrelevant to the question of guilt. She sat down. The vote took 20 minutes of closed deliberation. 119 to 9. Guilty on all counts. The sentencing session would be held in 2 weeks. The committee noted for the record that Dumbledore's cooperation and his admission of guilt, combined with his history of service to the wizarding world, would be considered in mitigation. The committee also noted for the record, in language that suggested Marchbanks had had input into the wording, that mitigation was not the same as excuse. Dumbledore stood and received the verdict in the same quiet dignified way he'd received everything else. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had known this was coming and had found a way to be at peace with it, not because he thought he'd done nothing wrong, but because he had, somewhere in the past 3 weeks, arrived at a genuine understanding of what he had actually done. Whether that understanding was complete, whether it would last, whether it was enough, those were questions for later. Harry stood to leave. Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Harry. Harry turned. Dumbledore looked at him from across the chamber floor, old and white-haired and reduced from the architecture of everything he'd been, and said, I want you to know that I believe you will face what's coming. Not because I built you to. Because you are, despite everything I did, extraordinary. And because you will choose it freely, which is, he paused, which is the only way it was ever going to mean anything. Harry held his gaze. I'm not ready to forgive you yet, he said. No, Dumbledore said. I wouldn't expect you to be. But I'll hear what you have to say about Voldemort, Harry said. When you're ready to say it honestly. About the prophecy, about the Horcruxes, he used the word deliberately, because he'd found it in his father's research papers at the manor and had cross-referenced it in Marchbanks' legal library and understood its significance, about all of it. On my terms, in my time, with full information. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. The mention of Horcruxes had moved something, not surprise, exactly, but the recognition of someone who has underestimated a thing they thought they had managed. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "On your terms." Harry left. The Owl started that afternoon. Not the Prophet. The Prophet had been covering the story for 3 weeks and had run its headlines already, though Skeeter's follow-up pieces had been progressively more breathless and would only get worse after today's verdict. These were personal owls. From Order of the Phoenix members, mostly, people who had known his parents, people whose loyalty to Dumbledore had been real and chosen and who were now processing what his guilt meant without the aid of constructs to soften the edges. Remus Lupin's owl arrived first, and his letter was the longest, 4 pages of Lupin's careful, self-critical handwriting, the letter of a man who had been a good person in proximity to a complicated situation and was now examining every choice he'd made with the specific analytical pain of someone wondering if their complicity was just called something else. He wrote about James and Lily. He wrote about the night of the Potters' deaths. He wrote about visiting Harry as a baby and about the warmth of the house and about leaving without questioning where Harry was going because Dumbledore had said it was arranged. He wrote, "I told myself trusting Dumbledore was wisdom. I wonder now if it was cowardice dressed up in better clothes." Harry read it 3 times. Then he wrote back. He wrote, "It might have been both. Most things people regret are. Come to Hogwarts when you can. I'd like to meet you properly." He sent it before he could overthink it. The letter from Molly Weasley arrived that evening, addressed to both him and Ron. It had been sent care of Ron at Hogwarts, which was itself an interesting choice. It was warm and genuine and upset and full of the specific guilt of a person whose instinct had always been to help and who is confronted with the evidence that the help she thought she was providing was operating inside a rigged system. She wrote that she'd known Harry's parents. She wrote that she'd been at King's Cross on September 1st because Dumbledore had asked her to be warm to Harry if she encountered him, and she was now looking at that request with new eyes. She wrote that the help she'd given him, the platform, the welcome, she hoped it had been real regardless of why it was requested. Ron read his copy in the dormitory, and his face went through several things, and then he put it down and looked at Harry. "Did you know?" Ron asked. "About my mum being asked to be nice to you?" "No," Harry said. "I'm finding out the same time you are." Ron was quiet for a moment. "I like you," he said. "Just so you know." That's mine." Harry looked at him. "I know," he said. "I like you too." He paused. "That one I've been certain about for a while." Ron looked relieved in the specific way of someone who has been quietly worried about something and had it resolved. "Right," he said. "Good." He picked up his letter again. "My mum's going to come to Hogwarts and try to feed you, you know." "I'm aware of the risk," Harry said. "You can't stop it," Ron said. "No one can stop it." "I'm not going to try," Harry said. The Sirius hearing was held 11 days after Dumbledore's verdict. It was shorter than anyone expected, which Marchbank said was because the evidence was overwhelming and the DMLE's case was airtight and the committee members were aware that they were adjudicating a 10-year wrongful imprisonment and were not interested in lingering in that awareness longer than necessary. The lack of a trial was on record. Sirius had never had his wand examined. Peter Pettigrew, whose name Harry had now learned in full, the man whose supposed death had been used as evidence against Sirius, had never been confirmed dead by any forensic process. The explosion that killed 12 Muggles had never been definitively attributed by evidence, only by witness account from a single observer who had been a ministry official under Dumbledore's sphere of influence. Sirius Orain Black was exonerated on all counts. His release was scheduled for Thursday, 2 days away. Harry was in the hospital wing for a follow-up session with Sharptooth, routine monitoring, post-removal stabilization checks, when Bones flooded in with the formal notification. She read it to him standing in front of the fireplace with the green flame dying behind her, and when she finished reading she looked at him with her sharp, precise face that rarely showed anything she hadn't decided to show. "Thursday," Harry said. "Thursday," she confirmed. "Where does he go?" "When he gets out." "That's partly your decision," she said. As the heir filing the petition, you have input into his immediate transitional arrangement. The ministry will provide a formal accommodation for the first 30 days, no, Harry said. She looked at him. Potter Manor, he said. He goes to Potter Manor. It's his home as much as mine, he's been there, he knew my parents there. He shouldn't have to recover in some ministry flat. He looked at Bones. Can that be arranged? Bones looked at him for a moment. I'll need your formal authorization and the manor's ward configuration confirmed with Gringotts. I'll have Ragnarok's office contact you today, Harry said. You have Ragnarok's office on call, Bones said. He gave me a contact flu, Harry said. After the hearing. He said, he paused, recalling Ragnarok's exact phrasing, he said that the interests of the House of Potter and the interests of Gringotts were, at the current moment, sufficiently aligned to justify a degree of direct communication. Bones almost smiled. That's remarkably diplomatic for Ragnarok, she said. He's a remarkably diplomatic person, Harry said. When the situation calls for it. Thursday arrived cold and clear, the way that important days often arrived in November, the sky washed pale blue, the air carrying the smell of coming winter. Harry was at Potter Manor by 10. He had come alone, not from secrecy, but because something in him understood that this was a meeting that needed its own space. Not an audience. Not witnesses in any official sense. Just a boy and the man who should have been there all along, in a house that had been waiting for both of them. Tildy met him at the door, and the expression on her face was something Harry had never seen on a house elf before, a careful, held-in anticipation, like she'd been keeping something precious and was waiting to hand it over properly. He comes soon, Tildy said. I know, Harry said. Is everything ready? Everything is ready, Tildy said, with the gravity of someone who has been preparing something for 10 years and is ready to do it justice. Harry went to the sitting room and stood at the window and watched the gate. Sirius Black arrived at 10:30. He was accompanied by 2 ministry officials who withdrew immediately after confirming the handover, and he stood at the gate for a moment before it opened, a tall man who was too thin, with long dark hair and a face that had once been handsome and still was, in a way that 10 years of Azkaban hadn't been able to reach entirely. He looked gaunt. He moved carefully, with the particular care of someone who has not been in open space for a long time and is adjusting to it. He looked at the house. The gate opened at the air ring signal. He walked up the drive. Harry watched him come, watched him look at the oaks and the gravel and the front of the house with the expression of someone seeing a landscape they knew from dreams and hadn't been sure was real. He looked like a man coming home from a war that nobody had told him was over. Harry opened the front door before he reached the steps. Sirius stopped. They looked at each other. Harry saw his mother's eyes looking back from this man's face, not literally, not physically, but the quality of his gaze, the way it landed. He saw something he recognized the shape of, grief and love and the specific desperate hope of a person who has been holding on to something in the dark for so long they've forgotten what the light version felt like. You look like James, Sirius said. His voice was rougher than it probably used to be. But you have her eyes. I know, Harry said. Come in. Sirius came in. In the hallway, Tildy appeared with tea before anyone asked, and Sirius looked at her and something moved in his face, recognition, the specific warm recognition of someone who has known a place well and is finding it intact. Tildy, he said. Mr. Sirius, Tildy said, and cried, which she was apparently going to do every time someone came home to this house, and Harry was beginning to think that was simply the appropriate response to most occasions. They sat in the sitting room, by the fire, Harry in the chair that had become his over 2 visits, Sirius in the chair across from it. Sirius had his hands wrapped around his tea mug with the focused grip of someone who needed something to hold on to. He was looking at Harry with the same expression he'd arrived with, but quieter now, more settled. You did all this, Sirius said. Pomfrey started it, Harry said. From what I read, Sirius shook his head. A 10-year legal case, condensed into 3 weeks, driven by an 11-year-old. I had good help, Harry said. Marchbanks is extraordinary. Bones is incorruptible. Ragnarok is, he paused, deeply motivated. Ragnarok, I believe, Sirius said. He looked down at his mug. You know who I am. Not just the name. Do you know, you were my parents' best friend, Harry said. James Potter's brother in everything but blood. You're my godfather. You should have been my guardian. You were put in Azkaban for something you didn't do because it was convenient for someone who needed me in a specific situation. He held Sirius's gaze. I know all of it. Sirius was quiet. I'm sorry, Harry said. For the 10 years. Sirius shook his head. That's not yours, I know it's not mine, Harry said. I know who it belongs to. But I'm still sorry it happened. I'm sorry I didn't know. I'm sorry nobody, he stopped. Started again. I'm sorry the world let it happen. Sirius looked at him. His eyes were very bright. You sound like your mother, he said. James would never have said something like that. He'd have gone straight to outrage. He paused. But Lily, she always led with the grief before the anger. Harry thought about what Snape had said, she trusted him completely. He thought about his mother casting a protection charm with her life and having her death used as the anchor for a foundational control structure over her son. He thought about her in his father's research notes, the precision and the leaps, the architecture and the brilliance. He thought about how much he didn't know her and how much he was beginning to. I'm both, Harry said. The grief and the anger. Good, Sirius said. Keep them both. He looked at the fire. What happens now? Dumbledore's sentencing is next week, Harry said. Marchbanks will be there. The committee is recommending loss of his orders of Merlin and removal from any ministry or governmental position. There's a debate about Hogwarts, whether he can return in any capacity. I haven't decided my position on that yet. Sirius looked at him. You have a position on whether the headmaster of Hogwarts is reinstated. I'm the heir of Gryffindor, Harry said. The school's founding family. Marchbanks says that gives me a formal advisory voice in major governance decisions. He paused. I'm still deciding whether to use it. Sirius stared at him. The war is still coming, Harry said. Voldemort is still out there, I don't know in what form, but he's not gone. He never was. The prophecy is still active. I'm still at the center of whatever's going to happen. He looked at Sirius steadily. I need to be ready for it. Not because I was built to be. Because I've decided I want to be. That's different. He paused. I need people around me who I've actually chosen. Not people who were arranged. Like me? Sirius said. You're the first person, Harry said, who has never been part of the arrangement. Every person in my life, every instinct about who to trust, every warmth I've felt, has been at least partially constructed. Except you. He held Sirius's gaze. You've been in Azkaban. Nobody got to you. Nobody had time to build anything between us. He paused. What I feel right now, looking at you, is mine. All of it. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. What do you feel? He said, quietly. Harry thought about it honestly, the way he tried to think about everything now, without the shortcuts, without the constructs to guide him to a predetermined answer. He looked at this gaunt, careful, bright-eyed man with his father's laugh lines and his mother's quality of attention, and felt the clean cold of his anger at what had been taken from them both, and underneath it, warm, genuine, unprogrammed, something that was simply, mine. He's mine. We belong to each other. Like we have a lot of time to make up for, Harry said. Sirius's expression broke, just for a moment, broke and came back together into something that had more light in it than when it started. Yeah, he said. His voice was rough. We do. They sat by the fire in the house that had been waiting for them both. Outside, the November sky was pale blue and cold and clear, and the grounds of Potter Manor were turning with autumn, and somewhere in the distance the world was arranging itself around a war that was still coming, slow and patient and inevitable. But here, in this sitting room, with a fire and tea and the quiet of a house that had been holding its breath for 10 years and had just, finally, let it out, it was enough. For today, it was entirely enough. Chapter 6. The unchained December arrived the way it always did at Hogwarts, suddenly, as if winter had been waiting just outside the grounds and finally decided to stop being polite about it. The first frost turned the grounds silver overnight, and the lake went dark and still and mirror-flat in the mornings before the giant squid stirred and broke the surface. The castle smelled of wood smoke and pine resin and the specific warmth of a large stone building doing its best against the cold, which was considerable but earnest. Harry noticed all of it. He noticed it in the particular way of someone who had spent the previous 3 months learning to pay attention to things that were simply his own experience rather than information to be processed or a problem to be solved. He noticed the frost and the smell of the lake and the way the candlelight in the great hall changed quality in December, going warmer and more amber, and he noticed that noticing it felt good. Small and uncomplicated and good. He was also training 4 hours a day, which left less time for uncomplicated noticing but balanced it with the satisfaction of becoming better at something difficult. The training arrangement was his and Hermione's creation, evolved over 3 weeks of experimentation into something that actually worked. They had the Transfiguration classroom on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. McGonagall had given Harry permission with the directness of someone who had been waiting to offer it and was relieved to have an excuse, and the use of a disused classroom on the 4th floor on Sunday mornings, which Neville had sourced through a combination of castle knowledge and the specific social invisibility that Harry had identified in him early and that Neville was learning to use rather than resent. The structure was simple. Hermione knew theory. Harry had power. Together they were building precision, which was the thing that power without theory lacked. She would read the theoretical framework of a spell or technique, explain it with the clarity of someone who had understood it at 3 levels below the surface, and Harry would attempt it until he could do it correctly, not just successfully, but correctly, with the exact control and intention the technique required. Then he would do it 50 times, until it was reflexive. Tuesday's session, 3 weeks in, was on Transfiguration. The error most people make, Hermione said, walking around the desk they were using as a target, is thinking the incantation is doing the work. It's not. The incantation is a focusing tool. The actual transformation is the magical intention, shaped by the correct mental image. She looked at Harry. You need to see the end state completely before you begin. Not just the visual, the weight, the texture, the molecular structure if you can manage it. I've never studied molecular structure, Harry said. I've been explaining it to you for 3 weeks, Hermione said. You have a working model. He looked at the desk. He thought about what a chair felt like, not the idea of a chair, but the specific material reality of it, the grain of the wood, the weight distribution, the way the joints held. He raised his wand. The desk became a chair. Not slowly, not with the effortful shimmer that usually accompanied first attempt transfiguration. It happened in the way that things happen when they're right, cleanly, completely, all at once. Hermione looked at it. Walked around it. Sat in it deliberately. Structurally sound, she said. Weight distribution is perfect. The wood grain matches the original material. She stood. Again. Armchair this time. Upholstered. We're a month into first year, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. And you can do it. So do it. He did it. Neville, watching from his seat on the floor with a cup of tea and the detached appreciation of someone witnessing a thing done well, said, McGonagall is going to have opinions about this. McGonagall already has opinions about this, Harry said. She told me last week that my control development was, he searched for the exact word she'd used, unprecedented in her 30 years of teaching, which she said with a face like she was filing something for later consideration. She's trying to figure out if you're dangerous, Neville said. I'm not dangerous, Harry said. He looked at the armchair, not limited. Same thing, Neville said, to people who are used to limits. Sirius visited on the second Saturday of December. He was healthier than he'd been at the manor 3 weeks ago, better color, a little more weight, the careful movements of someone relearning the ordinary physics of an unconstrained life becoming more natural. He arrived by flew into McGonagall's office, because McGonagall had arranged guest flu access with the manner of someone who had examined the situation and decided that facilitating it was the correct call, and Harry met him in the entrance hall. They shook hands. Then Sirius looked at him and said, "Oh, forget it," and pulled him into a hug that was sudden and fierce and awkward at the angle because Harry hadn't braced for it, and Harry laughed, actually laughed, surprised out of composure, and didn't mind. "You need to warn people," Harry said. "I really don't," Sirius said. They walked the castle for an hour. Not purposefully, just moving through it, Sirius remembering corridors and staircases and the particular smell of the place with the specific fond hostility of someone whose most important years were spent here. He knew things about the castle that Harry didn't, and told them in the unself-conscious way of someone who doesn't realize the information is unusual until they've already said it. The secret passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor. The bathroom on the 3rd floor that the plumbing connected to the prefect's bathroom and could, if you knew the right tap sequence, briefly connect to the Slytherin Common Room's water system, which had been used for one extremely specific prank in 1976 that Sirius described with the pride of a man recounting a personal achievement. "I'm not going to do that," Harry said. "No," Sirius agreed. "But it's good to know." They ended up in the library, which was quiet on a Saturday morning, and sat at a table near the window. Sirius looked around with the expression of someone revisiting a specific memory. "I actually spent time in here," Sirius said. "Believe it or not. James always wanted to find things out by doing them, but I liked reading. Liked the research part." He paused. "Remus and I used to spend Saturdays here. James would show up at noon and throw things at us until we left." "Lupin," Harry said. "He's written several times." "I know. He told me." Sirius looked at the table. "He wants to meet you properly." "I want to meet him properly," Harry said. "I've been waiting for the right time." "The right time is before Christmas," Sirius said. He's been dealing with his own version of the past 3 months. Everything coming out about Dumbledore, about the constructs. Remus trusted Dumbledore more than almost anyone, and the thing about being genuinely trusting rather than charm trusting is that the betrayal still hurts even when you understand it intellectually. He paused. He stopped. "The same thing you could use?" Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "You're an unnerving child," he said. "Has anyone told you that?" Marchbanks. Ragnarok. McGonagall at least twice. Pomfrey, indirectly. Harry paused. Snape used the word disconcerting, which I think was more polite than he intended. Sirius looked like the mention of Snape required a specific internal process before he could respond to it. "Snape," he said carefully. "I know your history with him," Harry said. "I also know he was partially used the same way I was. I'm not asking you to like him. I'm not sure I like him yet either." He held Sirius's gaze. "But he told me something true that he didn't have to tell me, about my mother. And he submitted voluntary testimony that helped our case. I'm choosing to treat that as what it is." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Lily always saw something in him," he said finally. "Something I couldn't see." He paused. "Maybe I was supposed to look harder." "Maybe," Harry said. "Or maybe you were 17 and competitive and none of you were your best selves." He shrugged. "Either way. It's separate from now." Sirius looked at him with the expression Harry was coming to recognize as the specific one Sirius used when Harry said something that aligned with what James or Lily would have said and simultaneously was entirely and only Harry. It was a complicated expression. Harry was getting fond of it. Tell Lupin to come before Christmas, Harry said. We'll do it properly. Potter Manor, not Hogwarts, somewhere that feels like neutral ground. He paused. Tell him he doesn't need to have worked out what he thinks about all of it yet. I haven't either. Dumbledore's sentencing was Monday, the 8th of December. Harry attended. He had chosen to attend in the way he was choosing everything now, deliberately, with full awareness of what the choice meant and what it cost and what it produced. He sat in the Wisingamot chamber with Marchbanks and watched the sentence delivered. Loss of both orders of Merlin. Removal from all governmental and advisory positions, including the International Confederation of Wizards. 5 years of supervised probation with quarterly financial accounting to Gringotts. Full restitution to the Potter, Peverell, and Gryffindor accounts, the full 412,000 galleons, plus compound interest calculated from the date of each withdrawal, which brought the total to something considerably larger that Ragnarok had confirmed with audible satisfaction. A formal public apology to be submitted to the Daily Prophet within 30 days. No imprisonment. The committee cited his admission of guilt, his voluntary cooperation with proceedings, his history of service to the wizarding world during the First War, and his age. Harry had expected to feel more about it. He sat with the delivered sentence and examined his own response with the honest attention he'd been practicing, and what he found was this: not satisfaction, not dissatisfaction. Something more like completion. The legal structure had done what legal structures are designed to do. It had made a public accounting of what was wrong and attached consequences to it. That wasn't justice in the absolute sense. 10 years in Azkaban without a trial couldn't be balanced by a sentencing, and 56 constructs over 11 years left marks that wouldn't be gone when the compound interest was paid, but it was what was available, and it was real, and it was, in its limited way, enough. He was walking out of the chamber when Dumbledore appeared beside him in the corridor. Not blocking his path. Just walking, slowly, adjacent to him, in the way of someone who has something to say and is choosing the manner of saying it carefully. I've been asked, Dumbledore said, to advise the Ministry on certain matters related to Voldemort's current state. The form he has taken, the objects he has used to preserve himself. He paused. I believe you know the word. Horcruxes, Harry said. Yes. I would like, with your permission and entirely on your terms, to share what I know with you. Not as a directive. Not as a plan I've made for you. Simply as information that you should have. He looked at Harry sidelong. Information that is yours by right, given the role the prophecy places you in. Harry walked. He thought about it as he walked. Letter, he said. Written, not verbal. I want Marchbanks to review it first. Of course, Dumbledore said. And I want it all, Harry said. Not the version you decided I could handle. Everything. Everything, Dumbledore agreed. Including the parts that are difficult. Especially those, Dumbledore said. Harry stopped walking and looked at him. The corridor was empty. Dumbledore looked old in December light, older than he had in the chamber, older than he had in the Great Hall at the start of term, when the warm, certain feeling had made him seem like an institution as much as a person. He was just a man now. A very old, very brilliant, very wrong man who had done genuinely terrible things with genuinely good intentions, and who was standing in a corridor in December trying to be useful without directing anything, which was probably the hardest thing he'd attempted in 80 years. You'll send it before Christmas, Harry said. I'll send it this week, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded once and walked away. He didn't look back. Not from coldness, he was done performing coldness he didn't feel. He simply had somewhere to be. The question of Hogwarts headmaster was resolved on Wednesday. McGonagall was appointed acting headmistress pending a full selection process in the spring. She received the appointment in the same manner she received everything, with crisp acknowledgement and a complete lack of visible sentiment, though Harry, who had become a reasonably good reader of McGonagall in 3 months, could see the exact shape of what she was not showing. She called Harry to her, Dumbledore's, now her, office on Wednesday afternoon. The silver instruments were still on their shelves. The sorting hat sat on its stand. Fawkes was still on his perch, and when Harry came in the Phoenix turned his head and regarded him with the ancient calm of a being who had lived through several versions of everything and had decided that equanimity was the only reasonable response to history. McGonagall stood at the desk rather than sitting behind it. "I want to ask you something directly," she said. "All right," Harry said. "The headmaster's position. My appointment is temporary. The permanent appointment will go to the governors in spring, with advisory input from the castle and its founding families." She held his gaze. "Given your standing as heir of Gryffindor, your voice will carry formal weight. I want to know if you intend to use it." "That depends," Harry said, "on who else is being considered." "At present," McGonagall said, "I am the most likely candidate. But others have been mentioned. Horace Slughorn has expressed interest in returning. There are external candidates." She looked at him steadily. "And Dumbledore has not formally resigned. His suspension is, legally speaking, still a suspension." "Dumbledore won't come back here," Harry said. "Not a question. He has said he is willing to accept a reduced role," McGonagall said. "Advisory capacity." "No," Harry said. McGonagall looked at him. "Not because I want to punish him," Harry said. "Because this school spent 30 years operating on the assumption that one man's judgment superseded its collective processes, and that's how we got here. The person running Hogwarts needs to be someone who understands that the institution is bigger than any individual in it." He paused. "That's you. You've been here for 31 years and you've never once operated as though the rules applied to everyone except yourself." He paused. "You told me you suspected something was wrong and didn't fully act on it. I believe you won't make that choice again." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "That is," she said, "a remarkably precise assessment." "I've had practice," Harry said. "I should point out," McGonagall said, "that I haven't asked for your support." "I know," Harry said. "I'm giving it anyway, because it's the right answer and you're being too careful about how you ask for things you're entitled to want." He looked at her. "You want this." McGonagall held his gaze for a long moment. Something moved in her expression, not quite a smile, but what a smile looks like on a face that doesn't use smiles casually. "Yes," she said. "I want this." "Then you'll have my formal advisory support when the spring process begins," Harry said. "Marchbanks will handle the documentation." He left the office. Fawkes, on his perch, made a single soft sound as the door closed, not the full song, just a note. Harry heard it through the door and felt it resonate somewhere in his chest with the specific quality of a thing that was real. The week before Christmas, Lupin came to Potter Manor. Harry had arranged it the way he was learning to arrange things, with enough structure to make it functional and enough space to let it be what it needed to be. Sirius came. Tildy made food. The fire was lit. Nothing was formal. Remus Lupin was a thin man in his early 30s who looked considerably older, with the specific quality of wear that Harry had come to understand was partly the werewolf condition and partly a life spent in proximity to loss. He had kind eyes and careful hands and the manner of someone who had spent a long time monitoring his own impact on the environment around him and had gotten very good at being small. He was not small the way Neville had been small, not suppressed, not charmed into it. He was small from habit and circumstance and the accumulated weight of being a person that the wizarding world had a variety of complicated and mostly unkind feelings about. Harry recognized the shape of it from the outside and thought, that's something he chose, at some point, as a way of surviving. It's not who he is. They ate lunch. Sirius talked. Sirius, Harry had learned, talked easily when he was comfortable and with increasing warmth as comfort built, and he talked about James and Lily with the specific freedom of a man who had been unable to say their names for 10 years and was making up for it, and the talking filled the room with a version of Harry's parents that was alive and complicated and funny and real, not the tragic heroes of newspaper stories, not the constructed fondness of Dumbledore's careful management, but actual People who had made specific jokes and had specific opinions and had been in the world in ways that made other people's lives better and more difficult in equal measure. Harry asked questions. He had a list of them, in his head, that he'd been building for 3 months, and he asked them one at a time, and Sirius and Lupin answered them, not perfectly, not always with the closure that questions about dead people rarely provide, but honestly. With the specific honesty of people who had decided to stop managing what Harry could handle. At one point Lupin said, quietly, "Your mother would have found all of this, the hearings, the politics, Marchbanks, Ragnarok." He paused, and something warm moved in his face. "She would have found it absolutely extraordinary. And she would have said something very dry about it that would have made James spray tea." Harry laughed. Sirius laughed. Lupin looked briefly startled, then laughed too, and the laughter filled the sitting room with an ease that was, entirely unmanufactured. Just 3 people in a warm room being honest with each other about a grief they shared. After, when the fire had burned lower and the conversation had moved to quieter things, Lupin said, "I'd like to offer something. If you want it." He looked at Harry carefully. "I was a defense teacher, briefly, at another school. Before circumstances made it complicated." He paused. "If you're training, which Sirius says you are, I could." "Yes," Harry said. Lupin blinked. "I hadn't finished." "Yes," Harry said again. "Come to Hogwarts after Christmas. McGonagall will give you access. You know Dada theory and practice better than anyone who'll be teaching it next year." He paused. "Quirrell is not going to make it to the end of term." Lupin stared at him. "You know about Quirrell?" "I know there's something very wrong with him," Harry said. "I've known since the first week of school. He has a magical signature that isn't right, there's something layered behind it, something that responds to my presence in a way that has nothing to do with who Quirrell is." He looked at Lupin steadily. "I think Voldemort has made him a host. I don't know the mechanism yet. Dumbledore's letter about the Horcruxes might explain part of it." Sirius was very still. Lupin was looking at Harry with an expression that was several things at once, the alarm of someone hearing a direct threat named, and underneath it, the complicated recognition of someone adjusting their model of what was sitting across from them. "And you're," Sirius said. "Not afraid of it," Harry said. "I'm being careful about it. There's a difference." He looked at Sirius. "He's after the Philosopher's Stone. It's in the school, 3rd floor corridor, which Dumbledore announced on the first night, which is," he let the quality of that observation carry itself, "a strange choice. I've been leaving it alone because I don't have enough information yet, and acting on incomplete information is how people make things worse." He looked at Lupin. "When Dumbledore's letter comes, I'll have more. Then I'll decide what to do about it." The fire crackled. "You're 11, Sirius said. "I'm aware," Harry said. Sirius stopped. Started again. "Moony, is this what we were like at 11? "No," Lupin said. "We were considerably less." He searched for the word. "Competent?" Harry offered. "I was going to say settled," Lupin said. "We were considerably less settled." He looked at Harry with an expression that had resolved into something simple and direct and genuinely warm. "I'll come in January," he said. "And I'll teach you everything I know." "Good," Harry said. "Bring everything. I learn fast." Lupin almost smiled. It was a careful smile, practiced into smallness, but it was real. "Your mother used to say exactly that," he said. She'd say it while demonstrating it, which made it somewhat irrefutable. The day before the Christmas holidays, snow came. It came overnight the way Hogwarts snow always came, enthusiastically, comprehensively, turning the grounds into something that looked like a deliberate illustration of itself. Harry looked out the dormitory window in the morning and saw the lake frozen at the edges and the grounds white and the Ollery roof wearing a perfect cap of snow, and thought, "I have been here 4 months." He thought about what 4 months had been. The morning of the last day before holidays was its own kind of holiday, classes technically running but with the loose energy of a building that knew the week was over and was already somewhere else. Harry went to Transfiguration, which McGonagall ran with her usual precision and which he found genuinely engaging in a way that was entirely his own opinion of the subject. He went to Potions, which was a different kind of interesting. Snape had changed since his voluntary submission to the Wizengamot. Not dramatically, Snape didn't do dramatic, or if he did he directed it elsewhere, but in the specific, granular way that Harry had learned to read. The pointed cruelty was gone. In its place was the simple acidity of a man who had strong standards and low patience, which was a different thing entirely. He still corrected Harry's work with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely believed corrections were a form of respect, and Harry had stopped responding to corrections with the automatic defensive stiffening that the constructs had generated and had started responding to them as what they were, accurate technical feedback from a person who was extraordinarily good at his subject. Their dynamic in the classroom had settled into something that was not warm and was not hostile and was, in its particular way, functional. They did not like each other yet. They understood each other somewhat. That was, Harry thought, a reasonable place to start. After the last class, he was in the corridor heading for the stairs when Snape appeared beside him. "The third-floor corridor," Snape said. He was looking straight ahead, walking at Harry's pace. "What you said at the manor about Quirrell, Sirius Black is a gossip." "He told you what I said," Harry said. "Not surprised." "He told me." Snape paused. He was checking my response. And I confirmed," Snape said, still looking ahead, "that your assessment is correct. That Quirrell has been hosting something since the summer, that I have had concerns, and that I have been monitoring the situation." A pause. "I also confirm that the stone's protection has a layer involving my own work that will present a specific problem if Quirrell attempts to reach it." Harry processed this. "You've been playing a longer game than I thought," he said. "I have been." Snape paused, uncertain about many things this term. About whom to trust and with what information. He stopped walking. Harry stopped too. Snape looked at him with the dark eyes that Harry was slowly learning to read. "I am telling you now because the situation has changed, and because," another pause, "and in it the quality of a decision being made, because Lily's son should not walk into a corridor underinformed." Harry held his gaze. He thought about his mother's trust in this man, and what it meant that Snape would invoke her here, now, in a corridor before the holidays, with nothing in it for himself. "Tell me the specifics," Harry said. "The protection layers. What I'll face." Snape looked at him for a moment. Then he turned and said, "Come," and walked toward his office, and Harry followed. They spent 45 minutes in Snape's office, which smelled of ingredients and old parchment, and Snape talked through the entire protection structure from memory, all 7 layers, including his own, with the systematic precision of a man who had been carrying this information alone and had decided, finally, to put it down. When it was done, Harry said, "You've been protecting it." "I have been monitoring the threat and protecting the stone, yes," Snape said. "Incompletely. Without sufficient allies." He looked at Harry with the specific expression Harry had learned to identify as the one he used when saying something he'd rather not say. "With more allies, the situation improves." "I'll handle it in January," Harry said. "Before Quirrell tries anything." He stood to leave. "Thank you." Snape made a sound that was not quite acknowledgement and not quite dismissal. "Professor," Harry said, at the door. Snape looked at him. "My mother made a mistake," Harry said. "Trusting Dumbledore. She trusted him and he used it. That's on him, not on her." He held Snape's gaze. "But she was also right to see something worth seeing in certain people." He paused. "I'm trying to see things accurately. I think that's what she'd want." Something moved in Snape's face, deep, brief, and carefully controlled. "Yes," he said. "It is." Harry left. He left for the manor that afternoon in the ministry car, Sirius had arranged a legal Christmas break from the Hogwarts grounds based on the new guardianship framework, which had been formally documented through Marchbank's office and the Wisingamot in November, naming Sirius as Harry's legal guardian pending the full spring process. McGonagall had approved it. Pomfrey had approved it from a medical standpoint. Ragnarok had confirmed it from a financial standpoint. Hermione was going home to her parents for the holidays. She had spent the last week of term operating with the focused energy of someone who had been unchained from a weight she hadn't known was there and was running at full speed for the first time. She'd written to her parents, carefully, in stages, explaining the constructs, the removal, the implications, and her parents had responded with the specific bewildered support of Muggle parents doing their best with information that made no sense by any framework they had available. They had, by the end of the correspondence, expressed that they were proud of her and also very angry on her behalf and also wanted her home as soon as possible. She and Harry said goodbye in the entrance hall. "I'll write," she said. "I'll write back," he said. Promptly. None of that leaving letters unanswered thing. "I have never left a letter unanswered in my life," she said. "I know," he said. "I was establishing that I'm going to be equally reliable." She looked at him with the expression she used for things that she was tracking but didn't have enough data for yet, a careful, open look, not committing to any particular label. "You're different," she said. "Than September." "Yes," he said. "I think I am too," she said. "Also yes," he said. "Better different." "Yes," she said. And then, with the clean directness she'd been finding her way back to for 3 months, "You're my best friend, Harry. I want you to know that. Not because of any charm. Just, because." Harry looked at her. He thought about the first week of school, this sharp, certain girl who had been quietly fighting constructs she didn't know were there, who had noticed anomalies against a current designed to stop her, who had sat on the hearthrug of Gryffindor Tower and chosen to be uncertain in front of someone else instead of pretending she wasn't. He thought about 47 questions about inheritance law and the legal amendments to Ragnarok's designation instrument and the Tuesday evening training sessions and the complete unsentimental precision with which she engaged everything, including feelings, when she decided they were worth her time. "You're mine too," he said. "Not because of anything. Just because." She nodded once, the short definitive nod. Then she went to her parents' car, which was waiting in the courtyard, and Harry watched it pull away down the long drive through the snow. Neville appeared at his shoulder. "She'll be fine," he said. "I know," Harry said. "I'm not worried about her." "I know you're not," Neville said. He looked at Harry sideways. "I wanted to say, before you go, my gran is, she's been talking about you. The things you did. She's not," he paused, "she's not given to saying things plainly. But she told me last week that she thought James and Lily Potter had turned out a son worth knowing." He paused. "That's about the highest thing she says." Harry looked at him. He thought about Neville in September, the boy who sat closest to the door, the boy who carried his grief quiet and flat and grey, the boy who disappeared in rooms. He thought about 5 removal sessions and steady tears and a rage that had been suppressed for years and was now present and directed and entirely appropriate. He thought about "I can do that" said with the new quality in his voice. "Neville," Harry said. "You know the war that's coming." "Yes," Neville said. "I'm going to need someone who can be trusted completely. Not someone made loyal by construction. Someone who chooses it." Harry looked at him directly. "You've seen everything this term. You've been steady through all of it. You've never once looked for someone else to take the weight." Neville was very still. "I want you with me," Harry said. "Not behind me. With me." Neville held his gaze for a long moment. Something settled in his face, not surprise, because he had felt this coming in some form, but the specific quality of a thing that has been true for a while being said aloud and becoming real. "Yes," Neville said. "Simple. Absolute. Neville Longbottom saying yes to something in the way that Neville Longbottom did everything now, with his full weight behind it. Good, Harry said. The ministry car was waiting. Harry picked up his bag and walked out into the snow. Christmas at Potter Manor was the first real Christmas Harry had ever had. Not performed, not the aggressive normality the Dursleys used as a demonstration of how Harry wasn't part of it, not the managed warmth of a carefully constructed environment. Just, a house that knew how to be at Christmas, with Tildy and Bram and Pip who had been making this house ready for the holiday for 30 years and had 30 years of accumulated expertise in it, and Sirius, who turned out to have strong opinions about Christmas decorations that were simultaneously traditional and excessive, and who was recovering, visibly, daily, in the way that things recover when they're returned to the conditions they were built for. Lupin came on Christmas Eve. He arrived quieter than he'd been at the manor visit, which Harry had expected. Christmas was a particular kind of hard for people carrying particular kinds of grief. But he came, which was the thing, and he sat by the fire and Sirius talked and Tildy brought an increasingly unreasonable amount of food and Pip fell asleep in the corner and produced a small gentle snoring that nobody addressed because it would have been unkind to wake him. Harry gave Sirius a photograph he'd found in his parents' study, a group of 4 people, young, laughing, caught in one of those mid-laugh moments where nobody is performing for the camera because they don't know they're being photographed. James Potter, slightly too tall, hair everywhere, one arm around Sirius's shoulders. Sirius, looking about 17 and considerably less careful than the man across from Harry, laughing at something off-frame. Lupin, quieter in the corner but with the specific warmth of someone who is exactly where they want to be. And a 4th figure, small and round-faced and slightly nervous even in the middle of the moment, who Harry had determined was Peter Pettigrew, which was complicated information that he'd decided to simply include in the picture rather than exclude. Sirius held it for a long time. "You should have this," Harry said. "You should have it," Sirius said. "It's your parents." "I have the house," Harry said. "I have 30 years of things." "You've had," he paused, "not much." "For a long time." He held Sirius's gaze. "Take the photo." Sirius looked at him. Then he looked at the photograph. Then he looked at Lupin. Lupin had seen the photograph too. He was looking at it with the expression of someone looking at their own history from outside, recognizing it, grieving it, and finding, perhaps, that the grief was something they could carry in a room full of warmth rather than alone. "Keep it," Sirius said. "But can I?" He stopped. "I'll get a copy made," Harry said. "Ragnarok's office has a records department. They can duplicate magical photographs with the original motion intact." He paused. "You'll both have one. And I'll have one." Lupin looked at him. "You arranged this," he said. "The photo, the copies, you planned this." "Not entirely," Harry said. "I knew Sirius would argue about keeping it." He looked at Sirius. "Predictably." "I wasn't that predictable," Sirius said. "You absolutely were," Harry and Lupin said, simultaneously, and then looked at each other, and Lupin's smile came out fully this time, not careful, not practiced small, just real and warm and startled out of him. Sirius looked between them. "You two are going to be insufferable," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed. The fire burned. Outside the windows, snow fell on the manor's grounds with the slow, deliberate quality of a settling thing. Pip snored. Tildy could be heard in the kitchen doing something that smelled extraordinarily good. Bram had decorated the exterior of the manor with more enthusiasm than artistry, which Sirius had pronounced exactly right, actually. Harry sat in his chair, in his house, by his fire, and felt the full weight of the year that had been and the shape of the year to come. The war was coming. Not tomorrow, not next month, but it was coming. Voldemort was somewhere, diminished but not destroyed, attached to a host that smelled wrong and moved around a school corridor with the stone at the end of it. The Horcruxes were out there. The prophecy was still active. There were 7 layers of protection on the 3rd floor to dismantle, a defense professor to replace, a Wizardgamot position to be built over years, a full Hogwarts education to complete. There was his power to learn to use. He and Hermione had barely scratched the surface of what was possible, and the surface itself was already something that made trained adults look twice. There was Voldemort himself, eventually. That was still coming. He knew it and had known it since the hospital wing, and the knowing had none of the paralytic weight it would have had with the constructs in place, none of the manufactured willingness, the pre-built compliance, the engineered certainty that he had no choice. He had a choice. He was making it. He thought, I'm choosing this. Not because someone built him to. Not because a warm, certain feeling told him it was the right thing. Because he had looked at the shape of the war and the shape of the world and the shape of himself with his own unconstrued eyes, and this was what he saw, a world that contained people he had chosen, Hermione and Neville and Sirius and Lupin and McGonagall and Ragnarok and Pomfrey and Marchbanks, who was arguably terrifying but was unambiguously on his side, and that world was worth fighting for. Not because it was perfect. Because it was real. He was choosing it freely, which was the only way it was ever going to mean anything. Dumbledore had said that, in the chamber. He'd been right about that part. Sirius was telling a story about James that involved a Quidditch pitch, a misdirected bludger, and the transfiguration of something that should not have been transfigured, and Lupin was contributing corrections with the detached precision of someone who was present for the actual events and has been correcting this particular account for 20 years. The story was funny in the way that stories about people who are gone are funny when you've finally given yourself permission to find them funny rather than just grieving them, though laughter is grief too, of a kind, but lighter, and it doesn't diminish. Harry laughed at the punchline. Outside, the snow kept falling on Potter Manor, deep and clean and covering everything equally, the way snow does, without opinion. The grounds were white. The gate stood open. The wards were settled and quiet and recognized the air ring without requiring demonstration. The house was full. Tomorrow the war would still be coming. Tonight the house was full. That was enough. That was, in fact, more than enough. Harry Potter, unchained, chose it all.